Right. Put up at these. Boom. Hope chat is working. Welcome everybody. Discord is working as well. I'm gonna log in to have to log in again. I need some water, man. Damn, it hasn't even started yet. It's taking so long. Settings. What about the replay? Just graphics. What about graphics for like replay quality? Huh, weird. Oh man, this car is slow. Visual setups. How we affects Nordschleife or endurance. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Let's get this show on the road. Let's show on the road. Let's show on the road. Dodge Viper, 8-liter V10, 400. Alright, it's gonna take us 10 years to load in, but hey, it's gonna be worth it. They should put all of 18 TCRs in the same split. That'd be really funny. GT3 TCR. That'd be cool. Bunch of GT3s, bunch of TCRs. I bet we're gonna be in like the top split, dude. That's gonna be crazy. Oh, excuse me, goodness gracious. Definitely need to fill up on some water. I have an idea. Let's see results. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, it's actually a lot more than I thought. So very interesting. Rainmeister, open, chassis, lowest gallons possible. Probably need at least 3, I'm guessing, for 1 lap, 2 laps maybe. Come on, punk. Oh, it's
running low on fuel.
Shoot.
We might not make it to the end.
Gotta turn up my brightness. Well, let's see if we can go full fuel first. We can. Perfect. Sweet. So we're gonna put 8 gallons in to do our qualifying. Oops.
Stay on the left. Stay left. Right side. Clear. Coming up the black flat. Say you cut the course. We're going to hold you for a while. Left side. Stay on the left.
Garage. Chassis. Sweet. Let's go. Oh, we almost had an off track there, baby. Sheesh. Oh, that was so close. Oh my god, I'm so glad we did not do that.
Running low on fuel. We might not make it to the end.
Hi, baby. This car is very slow, but it's kind of nice for a change. It's very different too, because it's front wheel drive. I'm streaming it too. How was the yeah. That's good. What happened?
We've got big problems with the motor. I think you lost a lot of power. Dropping a lot of fluid. We have to fix it.
Alright, we're gonna do it one more time. Really, one more time, baby, let's go.
We're almost out of fuel. We might not make it to the end.
Settings, sound. What the fuck? Seriously, bro? 1 minute 50 seconds? 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 1 minute 50 se Oh my god, I was not off track. Okay, fucking hell. Alright, whatever. Here we go. Let's try it again. One more time! One more time, baby! This might be the last chance we have, but it's okay. We'll see. Ah, freaking. I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it. We're just gonna go. See how it goes. Enjoy the race. Start from last. I don't care. Wow, there's a lot of BMWs. Holy moly. One person there. Oh, they got in the same. What? Oh, it's tripping out. It's glitching. Oh, frick. It's totally glitching, dude. Do you see this stuff? Oh, mother F. Take it. Alright, where's my radio? Because I need to make it all teams. And all teams. There we go. Also, why the heck is my car looking like this? I literally have my paint uploaded, so let's see, let's change that, shall we? Trading paints. I'm gonna need to get like a base stick or something. We have 10 minutes, so I'm probably gonna do some stretching. %, 100%. What? Oh, it's not on my team. Oh my god. Alright, 1 second. We're gonna fix that real quick. Trading paints. Jazz bullet. What I'm driving. Hyundai. Earplug. Choose new paint. Liquid cheese. Choose team paint. Find a paint. Can I just use the one I just have now? Oh, there we go. Excuse me, my god. My bad. Alright. All up to date? No, it's not. Trading paints. Please. Update, please. I mean, this car looks fun, but like, I definitely want the other paint because it'll definitely come together a little bit better. Okay, let's see. Where I already have that up. Marvin's is running. Yeah, we're pretty good. Pretty much doing well. Then there we go. Now we're talking, baby. We're talking, baby. We're talking. We're talking. We're talking. All right. All right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some. Oh, frick. Let me make sure my fuel is ready to go. That would be terrible. Hard wing equals less downforce. Higher wing equals more downforce. Minus 2.0. Damn. Minus 2.0. Apply. Apply and close. There we go. Now we're ready. All right. Alright, we're back. We only have about a minute left. We lost him. We totally lost him. That's so funny. sucks. That was the coolest transition I've ever seen. How freaking cool is that? Alright, here we go, folks. Here we got 2 minutes to grid. We got full fuel, full fuel, full fuel, full fuel. We're doing 2.96 on full fuel. That's 26.4 gallons. Alright, let's see. 26.4 divided by 2.98. Just if I use more gas, let's just say 3. That's 8.8. We could fuel save and get 9 laps. So it looks like we're gonna have to fuel save just a little bit, which is okay because we're going to do great. Large for interval bar, stiffer bar, less body wall. So we should do small and large. I don't know. I know it's like that's true. Yeah, never mind. All right, we're doing Weinmeister. Add all the fuel we possibly can. Boom, done. And here we go. We're grading up.
1 lap to green. Line up on the left side.
The estimated SOF is
3,322. Pit road is closed.
it's competitive out there. Head down, stay sharp.
Oh, mother effer, I'm still in team still? God dang it.
Catch stop 13. Car. Catch stop 70. 4. Car. Catch stop 40. 8. Car. Catch stop 80. Car.
A lot of Audis, Hondas. Is there an Elantra in here anywhere? I'm the only Elantra here, man. That's crazy. So, if we're gonna get 9, 26.4, let's just say 26.2. 26.2 divided
Catch
by
stop
9.
992.
2.91 gallons of
30.
we got
1.
this.
Car.
2.9 gallons of fuel.
4. Car. Catch
And we
stop
can get
20.
9 laps.
2. Car. Catch stop 600. 13. Car. Catch stop 18. Car.
26.2 minus. So 23.3 is where we should be. 23.3 at the end of the first lap.
Catch stop 0. 33. Car. Catch stop 60. 9. Car. Catch stop 476. Car. Catch stop 15. Car. Catch stop 842. Car. Catch stop 23. Car.
So 10th did not start. BMW, or I mean the, whatever it's called, the TCRs. It's very interesting.
Get ready. Going green.
I've already lost him. What the heck?
Green flag. Green flag.
That's crazy, dog. Can't believe I lost him already, dude. I didn't know we were like starting, so.
Clear on the right, on your left. Clear on the left, clear left.
Sorry, number 7, but you're going really slow. BMWs are going to start catching us. Confirmed we can do the whole.
On your right. Clear on the right.
First lap done. And now we have many more to go.
On your right. Stay on the left. On the left, 3 wide.
Right side, 2 wide.
Clear. Right side. Hold your line, hold your line.
Clear on the right.
Right side. Clear.
Yeah, I'm so slow compared to these people. Oh man. Yeah, this car is very different, obviously, from what I'm used to. Alright, no more incidents. like I have more downforce than they do.
What? Fix it. Required repairs are 5 minutes, 13 seconds.
Ah, damn.
1 minute, 6 seconds. All the damage is repairable.
Damn it. Okay. So you were driving, dude? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's it. So we're still 8th. Which is cool. Alright, I wanna go pee real quick. I don't think Dean is here. Oh wait, actually, I just realized. So yeah, we're gonna do front, add fuel, fast repair. So let's see. Fuel, oh, we're 9th. Oh, 8th is, oh, frick. Okay, so we are 9th. So fuel is good. Tires are good, and we're gonna fast repair. We only have 1 minute, so I'm gonna go pee. Come back. Shoot. I'm just gonna go for attrition, baby. Hopefully someone crashes. Stuff it. Alright. Fast repair. Come on, baby, hurry up. Settings, audio, one more time, boom, apply, close, drive. Oh, I'm 10th now?
Move it,
Okay.
move it.
Oops. Alright, well, let's see here. I was trying to freaking control the damage, but just hit the wall too hard. Alexander. Correct. Stuff's gonna happen, I'm sure. Marcus, Will, Jacob, Mark, Alexander. Matt, track limit, dude. Freaking hell. I don't get last, sign me up. Hopefully, I won't get last one. See, I'm right on the edge, but it's a snap edge. Once you go past that edge, it's like boom, snaps on you. If I can fine tune how to do that, I think I should be good. It's getting dark. What time is it? It's only 1:30, dude. What the heck? Are already here, dude. That's crazy.
Stay on the left. Stay left.
Partech. That might be a guy. Hold on. Let's go check. Barak. That's his name. guy's fault. This is what I'm talking about, chaos. You never know what's gonna happen at the Nurburing.
Right side. And the left. Clear. Right side. Clear.
Oof. Third came right into me, bro. That's crazy. Or second, I guess.
Colour's fine. No damage to report. Faster cars approaching.
Left side. Stay on the left. Stay left. On your right. Clear.
Alright, so I've got 12 incidents now, I think. Dear Lord, we need to stop having incidents, that's for
Coming up
sure.
quick.
On your right.
Clear on the right. Colour's fine. No damage to report.
Thank God.
Fastest lap of the session. Faster car coming up quick.
Right side.
Clear on the right.
Marcus. We have a Marcus! Come on, Marcus. Damn it.
Faster car coming up quick.
On your right.
Clear on the right.
Wrong button. Ah!
A group of faster cars approaching.
This is like the most terrible time.
Stay on the left. Stay left. Left side. Stay on the left. Stay left.
Oh, Porsche cut. I've heard about Porsche cut. Okay. I'm gonna pull up a, whatchamacallit, stuff they don't want you to know.
Next faster car coming up quick.
Stuff they don't want you to know.
That was your fastest lap of the session. Left side. Stay on the left. Faster cars approaching. On your right. Still there. Clear. Faster car coming up quick. On your right. Clear on the right. Right side. Clear.
Hello, welcome back to the show. My
There
name
we
is
go.
Matt.
My name's They call me Ben. We're joined as always with our super producer, Dylan, the Tennessee pal Fagan. Most importantly, you are you. You are here. That makes this the stuff they don't want you to know at the most wonderful time of the year, fellow conspiracy realists. Now, we've been juggling some schedules, guys, as we returned, as we played catch-up, as we got the hang of some very...
As we all got sick as hell.
Yeah, as we played ketchup and mustard and hospital in a couple cases. We had such a great time on our journey with several of our fellow listeners over the Virgin Voyage on the True Crime Cruise. And, you know, one thing that I think we all enjoyed about it was that a lot of our fellow listeners who were hanging out with us were asking us about episodes, right? Asking us about people, places, events, incidents. And I don't know what your experience was, but guys, a lot of folks were asking me about doing more paranormal episodes, supernatural, spooky stuff.
Well, 'tis the season. Indeed. I think we're all here for it.
Oh yeah, agreed. So what can we do but oblige? This time of year, more than any, we thought it would be appropriate to dive into an ancient, supernatural, dare we say, infernal concept. The idea that has haunted humanity since before the written word. The concept that there are certain unseen powers behind the curtain of reality, and that through specific rituals or actions, you can traffic with these forces for profound worldly gain at a price.
Well, and your results may vary, but consider this our best crack at a tutorial.
I like that setup.
We do have some tips and tricks, according to the Malleus Maleficarum.
Yes, check out our episode on grimoires as well for a deep dive into that. And so we arrive at tonight's conspiracy. You've met us here on the crossroads of the internet at midnight. Our question, can people really sell their souls?
This is an iHeart podcast.
Alienware's biggest sale of the season lets you unleash peak performance and Black Friday savings.
Prices start at $899.99 on select Alienware PCs like the groundbreaking Alienware 16 Aurora gaming laptop. Take performance to the next level with Intel Core processors.
Plus, you can save on all the latest accessories and displays like the Alienware 32 4K QD OLED gaming monitor.
Visit alienware.com/deals before these limited time savings end.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Fiscally responsible. Financial geniuses. Monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive that save hundreds. Because Progressive offers discounts for paying.
I'm not sponsored by Progressive.
Plus, you can count on their great
This is a
customer service
podcast.
to help you when you need it. So your dollar goes a long way. Visit Progressive.com to see if you can save on car insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states or situations.
Want to score when your favorite player does? Well, you can. Unless you download Better Picks, who's giving away a free $10. Download the Better app, pick more or less on player stats, watch the games, and win some cash. It's that simple. Must be 21 or older in a jurisdiction where Better Picks operates. Terms and conditions apply. Better Picks. Sports just got better.
Not all group chats are the same, just like not all atoms are the same. Adam Brody, for example, uses WhatsApp to plan his grandma's birthday using video calls, polls to choose a gift, and HD photos to document a family moment to remember, all in one group chat.
Makes grandma's birthday our best one yet.
But Adam Scott group messages with an app that isn't WhatsApp. And so, the photo invite came through so blurry, he never even knew about the party.
And Grandma still won't talk to me.
It's time for WhatsApp. Message privately with everyone.
Here are the facts. Every modern culture, but Christianity aside, but every modern culture has some kind of version of selling one's soul, right?
Well, yeah, and it's all based on someone who chooses to live outside of the bounds that are set by whatever society they're living in.
Well, it's also all based on the idea that we have a soul. And that is like sort of one of those religiously syncretistic things. This idea of the magic bit inside of us that makes us alive and sentient.
That 21 grams that makes you special, as hip-hop and weird science love to say. I mean, it's weird that, well, weird's not the right word. It's fascinating that even in increasingly secular climate, the concept of selling one's soul is still very common. Today, it's often an idiom, and it means you're sacrificing integrity, values, and principles for some sort of perceived gain. Right.
Selling out, like Bill Burr.
Right. The most notable example recently in the Western world being Saudi Arabia's comedy festival earlier
Yeah, and a lot exactly like that, and a lot like taking on a giant loan. To me, that's the way I see selling a soul.
Where your soul is kind of the what's the word? The collateral, right?
In some way, your soul is the thing that, let's say, if you're going to buy some crazy mansion or something, as especially an older person, and you will probably never ever pay off that giant mansion that you just put some collateral down on, but forever until you die, you'll be paying that. Well, I guess in this case, you'd be paying after you're dead too. Never mind.
No, this makes sense. I'm with you, man, because
There's some eternal qualities to this bargain, yes.
Yeah, very C word, right? It's a guarantee. It's using some scientifically undefinable part of oneself, arguably the most important part in religious schools of thought, as an asset, right, that you can leverage. And when we go to the secular, to return to this for a second, we've heard ad nauseum all kinds of opprobrium and criticism for those big name comics. People like Bill Burr, Aziz Ansari, Dave Chappelle, all the hits. The folks who don't need the money, by the way, took the bag and performed at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and a lot of diehard fans, nonprofits, activists, stand-up colleagues, they gave these folks a lot of heat about this because KSA has an atrocious human rights record. They have a lot of money. Just to put it diplomatically and transparently, despite the kingdom's official denials, pretty much everybody outside of the KSA is pretty sure that, like Russia, the KSA tortures and murders people with no real consequence.
I know, how could those comics do that and then come home to this country where all we do is murder people on boats randomly in the ocean all the time?
At least some of the time.
Well, of course, there's no better way to interrupt an electoral process than to start a war. And CIA is kind of pissed right now.
Or divert attention from a certain stack of documents that certain individuals would prefer remain buried.
I know. I'm surprised it hasn't acquired that beautiful gate suffix yet for political scandals in the U.S. You know, there's Watergate, there's Iran gate. You just add gate to the back
Epstein
of something.
gate.
Epstein gate. Why has that happened yet?
It's a good question. I wonder if it's just no longer in vogue. Maybe that is a relic of the past, but I would love to see some more gates.
So, speaking of Epstein, have we done a whole episode on Jean-Luc Brunel?
We have not.
Let's do an entire episode on that guy who was Epstein's partner and a very close associate of Epstein.
Well, yeah, the fact that I'm not even familiar with his name, obviously been following the story very closely. Speaks volumes to me, at least. I would love to know more about this person. I'm certain. It does not seem like a name that's floating around in the zeitgeist nearly as much as it clearly should.
Dude was a French modeling agent, and he got caught up in all this stuff, was on the plane all the time, was one of the guys that brought girls to Epstein, and he was found hanged in his cell in 2022.
Right.
Flip.
We need to do a whole episode.
Yep, agree. So back to selling one's soul here. You could argue.
Speaking of as well.
Yeah, sure thing. You can see the accusations of selling one's soul now, the way it's commonly used, people don't really mean anything paranormal or supernatural about this. They're saying, like you said, the concept of selling out. And we see these accusations all the time in modern history, startups, the politicians, your favorite punk band that makes it big, musicians, authors, even podcasters and streamers and game developers. But the question then becomes, why does selling one's soul have such rhetorical weight? Why is it still such an insult in a world where people are increasingly irreligious?
Obviously, we're going to get into the religious aspects of it and the lore of it, but even if you look at a lot of those religious texts or some of these stories as more of a teachable kind of parable, it really does one-to-one go with this idea of selling out, of doing the bad thing for the great gain,
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I think especially if it hurts other people.
Exactly.
Your rise to power, prominence, whatever it is, if other people are injured, either bodily, mentally, whatever, I think that is when it really comes into this selling your soul thing.
It's also a real mechanism of, or an times the way that we'll see several of these stories as we continue, but one of the common tropes or the common errors of a main character in a story about selling your soul is something that we all do even today without the interference of satanic powers. You put a lot of stuff on the future you, right? There's stuff you should do, but it's Saturday and it's nice night, so you put that on Sunday then, or tomorrow Mats, or next day And this is a common thing. This is something we'll see a lot in the concept of selling one's soul as well, especially Faustian markets. Maybe we can say the reason it still holds such weight, the idea of selling one's soul or selling it out, is because multiple civilizations genuinely did and do believe in what we describe the concept of soul.
Clear on the rock.
Infinitesimal little piece of the divine in every single human being, just by the virtue of being human.
That bright light inside you, as they say in yoga practice. You gotta honor it, you know?
Yeah, and we see this across religions, not just the Abrahamic ones, but Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism. Most spiritual belief systems factor in the existence of something like a soul. Like you said, your mileage may vary. They got their own specific beliefs about how a soul works, what it means in life, what it does or does not mean after physical death. And usually, to be quite honest, these spiritual belief systems don't agree with each other because a lot of organized religions hinge on the idea of exclusivity.
Well, even the idea of having soul, or the cultural implications of you got soul, man, soul music, you know, a lot of that derives from gospel music and religious music, and then becomes a little more R&B coded or funk coded. And there is now this kind of concept that if someone's got soul, that means they got vibes, right? they got attitude, like in a good way.
Yeah. What good is the soul anyway if that soul is worshiping the wrong deity? What are you going to do with that soul?
That is the ultimate religious quandary.
Yeah.
I mean, what if you got it wrong?
That's the thing, right? Yeah, that's the thing about religion. The credits don't transfer in most of these things.
And you don't know till the end whether you bet on the right horse, you know?
Oh, what if it's Shakers? Oh, man.
What if that's really what it is, though? At the end, you get, like, an equivalent credit for however awesome of a worshiper you were of whatever you worshipped. You get, like, a little score. You know what? You did great.
You get your GED, your God enough diploma.
There's that leaderboard up there somewhere. You get to see the little ding, 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 and that determines your place in the afterlife, whether you get, like, you know, a condo or a mansion or a palace.
I don't like a hierarchical afterlife. That just seems unnecessary.
Hey, just spitballing here.
I'm with you, though.
That's why I always liked the concept of karma, because it felt like you could. Well, it was quantitative in a way, less qualitative. Did you
hang into
good or bad, and how much?
Right, and how would that be measured? If you haven't seen the excellent comedy, philosophical comedy, The Good Place, please do check it out. If you like this episode, then that series is right in your queue zone.
Yeah, put it in my queue zone.
So, here's the thing. Okay, you can look at all sorts of established denominations of larger religious belief systems, and you'll always find splinter groups or sects that claim they are the ones with the true understanding of afterlife, metaphysics, and mechanisms, and anyone who doesn't follow their particular brand is doomed to hell or a less good afterlife. But we have to ask, if a God does exist, then why does this all-powerful entity not just drop by for like a TED Talk every few months to set the record straight? I mean, that guy, God, according to so many religious texts, used to show up all the time. You know what I mean? Just pop in, burn a bush, had some advice, came up with some rules.
Yeah, but if you check out the Malleus Maleficarum, there is a deity that will stop by every time there's a conclave of his/her worshippers.
Yeah, it's right because the Malleus is a hit piece, as we'll see. But the Witch's Hammer does get into some pretty juicy specifics. I mean, the idea though of selling one's soul comes from other older pre-Christian narratives. The things that said, you know, unseen powerful forces exist. They are sentient, right? They are sapient, so they are thinking and they are wise. ancestor spirit, a Jinn, a demon, a loved ghost, an angel.
Well, the implication there is that God, or whichever deity you worship, owns your soul, or is, in some way, has a stake in your soul, and you are more or less taking that away from the good side and lending it, or selling it over to the bad side. You are switching teams for all intents and purposes.
Right. It's a profound spiritual betrayal. I mean, we know the rise of modern monotheism, arguing for just the existence of one single God. We know that really simplified a lot of spirituality, because now we can say there is a sacrosanct good and an established bad, an oppositional force, and they're both working continually around the clock to either save humanity or obliterate it. And Christianity and Islam, we could say, are particularly vulnerable to this binary concept. Christianity has the saints and the prophets. Islam has the prophets and the jinn. But you can pray for the intercession of the saints in some types of Christianity. You can pray to that saint, even though you're saying there's only one God.
And I'm sure this is the case in other religions too, but in Christian lore, text, there are minor demons, there are lesser, infernal entities that all have names and have their own mythology behind them and all that stuff. And you could absolutely sell your soul to one of them or worship one of them, like case in point, Paimon.
Yes.
All hail from Hereditary.
Azazel, of the other fallen angels that kind of wu-tanged up with Lucifer in the beginning of the fall. Yeah,
and they're all like generals that command a certain number of armies.
That's right.
Princes of Hell. Yeah.
They're really
The Lesser Keys of Solomon, I believe, is a text that outlines a lot of those. This is where Paimon did.
Yeah, also mentioned in our Grimoire episode. So I love that callback. We know that those demons and their principalities also, so in inversion of the concept of patron saints, they have power over certain earthly things, right? Be that the weather, be that finance, be that romantic interest. So you're right. It's a seller's market. You can find somebody or something that specializes in the stuff you want, and maybe crack a deal. You can also, in Islam, you can make deals with the jinn because they're one of God's creations. They're surprisingly similar to humans, but there are more things out there, right? And then in all of our imaginations, Stephen C. high in the ink of space, right behind you sometimes, folks. Tonight, maybe we hone in on the Christian idea of selling one's soul, because this could be a series if you look at all different religions throughout history. Yeah. So how about we share rituals and stories of people who either genuinely attempted to summon the old gods, demons, or devils, or genuinely believe that they had sold their soul. Then we can end on, of course, the priceless question: has anyone actually managed to sell their soul?
Want to score when your favorite player does well? You can't, unless you download Better Picks, who's giving away a free $10. Download the Better app, pick more or less on your favorite player's stats, watch the games, and win some cash. It's that simple. Must be 21 or older in the jurisdiction where Better Picks operates. Terms and conditions apply. Better Picks. Sports just got better.
Hey friends, it's Karamo, talk show host, life coach, and your next best friend. You just don't know it. I'm hosting a new podcast called Started on WhatsApp, Brotherhoods. We're going around the world to explore real friendship and all the wins, challenges, and bonds that are made in WhatsApp group chats. And that's exactly where you can listen to it. Right in the app. It's streaming on the official WhatsApp channel. Just open the app and go to the updates tab to start listening. While you're at it, listen to your best friend and make sure they listen too. I'll see you there.
You're thoughtful about where your money goes. You've got your core holdings, some recurring crypto buys, maybe even a few strategic options plays on the side. The point is, you're engaged with your investments, and Public gets that. That's why they built an investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can put together a multi-asset portfolio for the long haul. Stocks, bonds, options, crypto, it's all there. Plus an industry-leading
magical process, you gotta have some starting axioms. You have to already assume that infernal and divine powers exist, because they can't exist without each other. And then, just for the sake of conversation, we'll take that as a given. The concept of making a deal with the devil, trading your immortal soul for worldly reward, it dates so far back in Christianity. We all know the story in the New Testament where Satan tempts Jesus in the desert, which is basically a sell your soul pitch, right?
And a lot of these, too, are monkey's paw type situations where you get the thing that you think you want, but there are like knock-on consequences that you did not consider that make the whole thing you wanted sort of not worth it in the first place. And a lot of this stuff you'll see in folklore and folk tales. And one of my favorite depictions of this bargain is Ariel selling her soul to the sea witch in the frickin' Little Mermaid. I mean, it's more personified as her voice, but it's this glowing orb that comes out of her, and then she's blessed, I guess, with the ability to walk on land. And there's all of these horrific knock-on consequences, and ultimately the sea witch is the devil and has her in the palm of her hand to get exactly what she wants out of the situation, which is what you see in a lot of these black mass Christian kind of antichrist kind of ceremonies.
I love that. It's just, dude. And Ursula is just a real pill.
Oh my god, terrifying too. She gets all big and stuff at the end.
Yeah. I mean, another example, of course, would be that episode of The Simpsons where Homer trades his soul for a donut. Speaking of like instant versus deferred gratitude, of course,
well, it's one of those classic sprinkle Simpsons donuts too. With a layer of icing and then just like the little, not even stuffed, not even like a cream filled, just a standard.
He wasn't thinking ahead. Treehouse of Horror is just the best part of The Simpsons, I think.
1,000,000%. And it's relatively maintained, even in their lesser years. Usually you'll see a Treehouse, and because of its inherent anthology type style, it really continues to
That's
better
the
than Cheers at this point.
Yeah. So, okay, the specifics of the process. Let's say you want to sell your soul, and they vary based on the source, but Western or Christian soul selling usually follows a few key beats, right? It's Joseph Campbell's story structure, it's folklore, it's tropes. The person seeking a deal makes contact with the devil or another demon through a ritual, like a black mass, right? Maybe they get together and have their dark Tupperware party, or they consult a grimoire for instructions on going solo and doing their own summoning ritual.
Or they can go into a church and just renounce all of the stuff in the church and pledge their loyalty to, they call him the Little Master, alias Malcolm.
Well, again, it's a book written by enemies. These police, I don't know. I can't, oh gosh, I'm going to re-listen to the Grimoire episode again.
I'm going to keep bringing it up, I'm sorry, because it's got actual, instructions in there on how people confessed to how they sold their souls to the devil.
Yeah, I think we'll talk about some of those folks too in specific. Okay, so a black mass. How would we explain a black mass and what is deistic Satanism?
It would be a bastardization or blasphemization of a Catholic mass. You know, it is meant to honor God. This is almost like an inverse of that.
Yeah, that's exactly right, man. It's an intentional perversion, blasphemous parody of a Catholic mass in specific. Deistic Satanism is what people mean when they're talking about a satanic panic. It's acknowledging that a God exists and therefore an opposition party to that God exists. So that's separate from other Satanism, which just uses the symbolism and language of these belief systems, but doesn't actually think there's an evil bad guy or little master or good man.
They're just using iconography to their ends, right?
Yeah.
Like as a way. And I'm a fan. Like I love co-opting religious iconography. I think they're beautiful and they can be really powerful and a fun way of maybe doing a little bit of satire and maybe like I have a whole wall in my house that's just crucifixes. I'm not Catholic, and there's something almost slightly blasphemous about having a giant wall of nothing but crucifixes, and that does it for me. I don't mean to sound like I'm so clever, but it's just that's sort of something that I'm interested in. Is like subversion rather than religious subversion.
Yeah, and that can be. I mean, that's a personal journey too. That's not necessarily offensive at all. I think it's an aesthetic. The crosses and black masses are, of course, inverted, as you said, all manner of unclean, and per the stories of witch hunters, really nasty things take the place of the Eucharist, like various bodily fluids, maybe actual human flesh from the sacrifice, all kinds of stuff.
Certainly drinking of blood and blood sacrifice.
Seminal fluids, yeah.
Unbaptized children is really popular.
Right, especially in the film series.
And in the movies.
So most primary sources on this, let's talk about why it's so skewed. Most of the primary sources on selling one's soul, consorting with the infernal, they come from Latin and French, and they were not created by people engaged in these practices, if they existed. They were created by Christian authorities who wanted to crack down on belief systems or practices that didn't match the uniform state religion. So the majority of the actual literature you can find, not just the Hammer of Witches, but all the other grimoires we mentioned, the majority of that is written by critics, not supporters, not fans, not people with necessarily first-hand experience. They're trying to smear the character of these folks who were outside of the norm. There's a statement in Japan that translates to the nail that stands out will get hammered down. That's why they call it the Hammer of Witches, because this is a socio-political control mechanism.
The squeaky wheel gets the grease. The bodily fluids.
Yes. Most of the stuff that's in there was extracted from people who were either, actively being tortured, or had been tortured for, weeks or months, or were trying to get out of being tortured. So,
and as we know, that game of telephone is already a little wacky in terms of the way things mutate over time. Think about how that's contributed to by people who are under duress and just trying to say something that rings true or sounds just demonic enough to be believed. Something you'll get a quick death.
Or feed names. Feed names of other people, especially when you're prompted to do so. What do you think about Good Wife Mary? Oh, yeah, she's totally a witch. Can I keep my other fingers? That's what's happening. Right.
Why do you keep worshiping the evil one? Torture, torture, torture. Why are you worshiping the evil side? Torture, torture, torture. We're the good guys.
Yeah, check out How Dare You Have a Birthmark. Check out our series, not just one episode, but our series on whether or not torture works. Spoiler, it does not work the way it's advertised.
Absolutely. Like I said, it's a random numbers generator. Weird. It just kind of gets absorbed by the culture, and then telephoned, throughout history. And I'm pretty sure that's where some of these confessions, quote unquote, of rituals come from, and then they get sort of tweaked and adjusted over time.
Embellished, yeah, especially because they're a powerful political tool. They're a social control mechanism. There wasn't much in the way of fact-checking at the time. As a matter of fact, acting as a fact-checker makes you look kind of witchy yourself. So people were very frightened of witch hunters, witch finders, the Inquisition, and we learned a new word in the research for this. A guy named Epiphanius of Salamis was a 4th century heresiologist. A guy whose job is just to study heresy. Pretty neat thing to say on a first date. Yeah. So he's a great example outside of the usual grimoires of someone who uses accusations of infernal trafficking and selling one's soul to attack an outsider group in his society. He says there's this Gnostic sect called the Warberites, and they have a perverted version of Mass. This may not be appropriate for all folks. 3, 2, 1. They smear their hands with menstrual blood and semen and consume them in a parody of the body and blood of Christ. And people believed him. They were like, look, this guy took the time to write it down. Why would he be lying?
Reasons.
Right.
I love that you're mentioning the Black Goat, Ben. I think we're all 3 or 4 of us here big fans of Robert Eggers' The Witch, which I think personifies the Black Mass incredibly well. No spoilers for that, but this idea of, being in Congress or having some sort of dialogue with this Black Goat, Black Philip.
I love that twin song, too. Do you guys think the twins were witches?
I think they had been bewitched.
Okay.
also there's something inherently creepy about twins, and I think maybe the film is leaning on that a little bit, but I do think that's the case. I think whether they were possessed or in some way a harbinger or like a, what's the word? Like a medium to carry whatever infernal forces. I think they were part of it. So.
Like a vector for disease.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
Got something from the Malleus Maleficarum if you want to hear it about the children and all
Absolutely.
that stuff, which is like
Please.
kind of applicable here. This is exactly what we just talked about. It's some kind of confession, right? A coerced confession. This is a woman saying, we set our snares chiefly for unbaptized children, and even for those that have been baptized, especially when they have not been protected by the sign of the cross and prayers. And with our spells, we kill them in their cradles, and even if they're sleeping by their parents' side, in such a way that afterwards they're thought to have been overlain or have died in some other natural death. Then we secretly take them from their graves and we cook them in a cauldron, so the whole flesh comes away from the bones to make soup for which may easily be drunk. Of the solid matter, we make an unguent, which is a poultice,
Gooey thing you rub all over yourself, which is also in the way. Sorry, please.
Yeah, which is a virtue to help us in our arts and pleasures and our transportations, as in like physically or spiritually transporting. And with the liquid, we fill a flask or skin. Whoever drinks from which, with the addition of a few other ceremonies, immediately acquires much knowledge and becomes a leader in our sect. So to me, that's like that. Right. You're gaining something from doing these horrendous things in essentially selling your soul.
I know Eggers really dug into a lot of like writing from the period and tried to make things really accurate. He had to have been familiar with this moment.
Yeah, he's definitely familiar with that grimoire. He's also familiar with the writings of people like Increase or Cotton Mather, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, and pretty well read up on the God theories, and then also read up on the idea of using hallucinogenic substances as a masturbation aid, which is one of the possible theories for the blue stick, the other flying birds.
And also, if you're, tripping your balls off, you may very well believe that you're flying,
Dude, I've had conversations with goats. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with it.
But Matt, you mentioned the word transportation, even that passage you just read, and the way it's depicted in some of the lore that I've seen that was depicted in The Witch is rubbing that goo all over them is what helps them fly. Like truly transportation, not just like some sort of spiritual movements, but like literal flying through the sky on their broomsticks.
Yeah, because from the eyes of the enemy forces, the authorities who are conducting this torture and social control, through their eyes, all of the stuff they consider black magic has to be a pay-on-demand kind of arrangement. So for instance, I mean, and again, all these confessions, in my opinion, are BS, even though Malleus Maleficarum did have rules on paper about how confessions under torture had to be confirmed. If you confess under torture, you have to be moved to another place, and then in that other place with these other people, the victim has to confirm that they were truthfully confessing, and that it was not due to the fact that someone was tortured. Like, thank you for that, Dylan.
But I mean, torture is going to come again if you don't give them the right results. So there's an implied, better corroborate.
At this point in time, Geneva is just another town. It is not. It's not the inspiration for the Geneva Conventions.
Yeah, I think there's something really interesting in this, though. In this time period, it's our 1480s, 1487, when that book is written. When and well before that's when all the things that were basically ripped. He ripped a bunch of people off when he wrote that book. What was his name? Heinrich Kramer. Jacob Springer. So there's this thing, though. I've been to a lot of churches, guys, and I have never seen God or Jesus or any deity appear before the congregation during any kind of ceremony, no matter what it is. Been to a lot of weddings where God is supposed to be there. Been to a lot of religious ceremonies, and there's never been a deity involved. According to the stories that are written in this book, and I think this is why it's so powerful, and maybe why it's so scary to established religions, especially Christianity, according to these writings and these forced confessions, at the conclaves, at the places where, you know, the devil is worshipped, the devil shows up, according to these things, like shows up in person as a man, and they don't say like sometimes, they say every time, right? And so they're placing that in the mythology of it as, and imagine how powerful that would be if you went and you prayed and the God that you're worshiping shows up in physical form every time. That would be a huge challenge to your religion if your priests can't make the God show up.
Right, yeah. So going back to the concept we were originally exploring here, the story beats or the process of selling one's soul, there's the infamous signing of one's name in the devil's book. This is the direct representation of selling your soul in exchange for power on earth or some kind of worldly response, be that true love, be that finding gold, or in Homer Simpson's case, getting the sick donut, the taste of butter, a pretty dress, all the hits.
Just the taste.
Just the taste.
And then again, in Little Mermaid, Ariel very aggressively has to scrawl her name in this glowing tome that really does have Devil's Book vibes. I know it's more of a contract, maybe it's not a book, it's a scroll kind of thing, but the imagery is absolutely there.
Yeah, and these are just a couple of examples, but they are, we could argue, illustrative, because you can see how everything about this propaganda, which is what a lot of it is, everything about this propaganda provides a very convenient rationale for church authorities and witchfinders to seek support as they quash their spiritual rivals, or even just financial and economic rivals in the wrong part of town. Because one thing, I remember taking college classes on this in particular, one thing that happened a lot with the Inquisition is these guys were working on commission. So they didn't make money if someone ended up being innocent, but if they did bring somebody back to Christ, or if they did find and stop a witch, then they got their vig at the end from that person's assets. So that's why older single women were often targeted. That's why a lot of religious minorities were targeted. There was a very real conspiracy in play. I mean, yeah, did people do things that would look like a black mass to outsiders on a routine basis? Maybe, because it was a non-Christian religion, right? They could have been an animist or a nature worship
lap and I get to go pee.
kind of organization, institution. And yeah, maybe they're dancing around with garlands. Maybe they do have a black goat, and maybe they put some stuff on the goat, right?
Dude, you know, it just occurred to me, the taste of butter thing. I think we've talked about this on the show, but so in Ridiculous History. These butter boxes, where people would put money in these boxes to buy themselves indulgences in order to be able to enjoy butter, because it was inherently considered too decadent or like too sinful.
No
So I
damage
think
report.
that the taste of butter thing is a direct ref to that.
Oh, that's really cool.
It just occurred to me.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean,
Oh crap, guys! I cook with a lot of butter. Oh no!
You are damned, my friend.
Dang it!
just
No,
write to the
damn it.
just write to the new Pope and tell him he'll buy himself for that. That's how those things work.
Or some Malort.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Lord.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both equally. I'm choosing the hybrid. All
There
right,
you
so look, some newly initiated devil worshippers might sell their souls in a black mass, but that also might not be the primary focus. Again, not for nothing we were saying in Infernal Tupperware Party. To Catholic authorities, the black mass is regularly conducted just to sort of celebrate Satan in general, and then to get together and say, here's some stuff I did to further the cause of Satan in the world. You know, poisoned the well. The cow went sick. I made sure that the neighbors' kids were stillborn. All kinds of stuff like that. But you also don't have to go to the party to sell your soul. There are tons of other rituals, maybe animal or human sacrifice. You make a summoning circle, walk with signs and sigils. You prepare your magical ingredients. You recite a certain magical phrase or incantation. Abracadabra, Paimon. Knock, knock. Who's there? Simsalabim.
Is there a world, Ben, where you could sell your soul by accident?
Oh, man. That's interesting, right? Because I think the parables tell us that people sell their souls without realizing the consequences, or as you said, a monkey's paw situation where they don't know what they're pushing for. But I do like the idea of accidentally selling
No
so
big
you have to
change.
really stumble through some stuff there.
That's exactly right. A real a perfect storm of happenstance. I actually just Googled sell your soul by accident, and a Reddit thread came up in our Christianity. I'm worried I might have accidentally sold my soul. And the first response is, if you are wondering if you sold your soul, then no, you did not sell your soul. People who sold their soul know that they sold their soul.
We read a lot of Christian sources for this too, and it's surprising even there how divided opinions can be across denominations.
Well, I think to a point we mentioned earlier, there is a sense in certain religious denominations that your soul is not yours to sell.
Yes,
your
exactly.
soul is the property of God, so
Right.
it's not even like possible for you to do this.
Right, or that you, because you cannot sell your own soul, some denominations would argue, would think that you're doing that, you're just committing a great sin, but you can still pray for forgiveness, so it's not the end of the game for you. That's a nicer version of the selling the soul story.
I don't mind that.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, I think there's a version where you are tricked into believing you sold your soul to do those horrifying things that are, outlined in all of these sources or whatever. And then you're not actually doing any kind of buying or selling. As you said, then you're just committing an awful act, so there's no way to get into the good place, the actual good place anymore.
But
It gets into
those
the
do still qualify for absolution if you play your cards right down the line, right?
Maybe, if you have enough money.
Put enough money in that $100.
Well, depending to your denomination, right? So a lot of this, again, is coming from enemies of pretty much anybody non-Catholic. Those are the folks who are writing about this. And as we're going to see, at no point in all of history has anybody conclusively been proven to have sold their soul, mainly because no one has conclusively scientifically proven the existence of demons or Lucifer the Lightbringer.
Or souls.
Or souls. But as we're about to see, tons of people were murdered on the basis of these accusations, and there are tons of people throughout history who, for one reason or another, claim to have sold their souls and appear to really believe they did it. Which is
And lots of rumors too, right?
Mostly rumors in attempts at political or physiological assassination. Let's see if we pause for a word from our sponsors and get into some examples.
Huzzah, I'd say.
Yo, you know ball? Well, come prove it with a free $10 for better picks. Download the Better app, pick more or less on your favorite player stats, watch the games, and win some cash. It's that simple. Must be 21 or older in the jurisdiction where Better Picks operates. Terms and conditions apply. Better Picks. Sports just got better.
Not all group chats are the same, just like not all Adams are the same. Adam Brody, for example, uses WhatsApp to plan his grandma's birthday using video calls, polls to choose a gift, and HD photos to document a family moment to remember, all in one group chat.
All right, makes grandma's birthday her best one yet.
But Adam Scott group messages with an app that isn't WhatsApp, and so the photo invite came through so blurry he never even knew about the party.
And grandma still won't talk to me.
It's time for WhatsApp. Message privately with everyone.
You're thoughtful about where your money goes. You've got your core holdings, some recurring crypto buys, maybe even a few strategic options plays on the side. The point is, you're engaged with your investments, and public gets that. That's why they built an investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can put together a multi-asset portfolio
examples is a guy named Saint Theophilus of Adana.
Yes, Saint Theophilus. Theophilus of Adana is one of Christianity's older examples of someone successfully selling their soul. So Theo, as you have nicknamed him in the doc here,
Yeah, just Phyllis takes a while.
Familiar.
Yeah.
It's a familiar, yeah, exactly. Like Theo, he's got a good story here. He was indeed a real person who lived and died so long ago that what we attribute to him has become at this point that game of telephone that results in lore and legends.
Yeah. But definitely a real dude, right? But I love how you're saying this. He was born so long ago.
It's a bunch of Mustangs. That's crazy.
Kind of larger life figure. But he is an actual facts Catholic saint. According to the story, our buddy Theo is working in Adana, what we call modern-day Turkey today. He gets offered the position of bishop. And he's humble as all get out. He's the opposite of a corporate shark. So at first Theo says, thank you, but I'm not some big time guy. I'm just doing my best. And then he runs into an issue, real insult upon injury. The church goes, they find this other guy in the last for some reason he's mad at him. So he either unfairly removes Theo from his post, or he doesn't give him what he feels is an appropriate high-ranking position in the local clergy. So Theo's not having it. He's not having it. He reaches out to Wizard in the area, as you do, I guess.
Local wizard.
Yeah. Wizard goes through his Rolodex and puts Theo in touch with the actual devil, Satan, Lucifer. And Satan comes in and he says, look, I can make you the bishop if you renounce Christ and the Virgin Mary and sign this
Oh my god, I
contract
gained a spot.
in
Hell yeah,
blood."
brother.
That's how it usually goes. Yeah.
That's what sounds our contract. Wait, do you guys have to sign yours in pen, or do you have to use blood?
coming up quick. Don't forget to fit this lap for more
Tick the
fuel.
box where I give permission for it to be, for my digital signature to be transubstantiated into blood.
Love it.
Hey, and this is your reminder, everybody out there who works a corporate job. It's time for open enrollment wherever you work. So make sure you sign your name in blood on all those documents for you and all the people you take care of.
And open enrollment is just a terrible bit of language. It's just a dumb phrase. Open enrollment.
2,
It is done. It is done.
right here.
All right.
Hey, you know what I found out, guys?
Okay, gotta go.
In our state
Come on,
where we live,
come on.
you
Wait,
can't
hurry up.
you
Hurry up.
can't have a dependent who is a domestic partner if they're of the opposite sex.
Right. Yes, that is. I
Isn't
ran
that
into
fun?
that as well.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Why?
You can't have a civil
Because they want you to
partnership.
marry?
Yeah.
It's sort of like, I guess it's waiting in favor of, like, well, you got to get married because, wow, that is
God
a
and
bit
stuff.
puritanical. No, that's not great.
Yeah, thanks for making those conversations awkward. Appreciate
The
that
state.
extra non-needed pressure, big government, which is such a big government thing to do. It's quite the opposite. Anyway, no. I'm like Jesus walking away from the cliff, not doing the soapbox now. I think we're all aligned on that because we're pretty reasonable entities. But all right, so Theo negotiates with Satan, and he comes to regret his decision. This story has kind of a happy ending. So it's either soon after or several years into the game, he says, you know what, guys, that's a boof on my part. I botched it. I botched the whole thing. I'm publicly confessing. I'm going to make amends with the guy who's that other bishop, and I'm going to pray. I'm going to make a big to-do about it in front of the congregation, and I'm going to fast like I am going on a hard, super starvation level fast, and eventually that other bishop burns what Theo says is his contract with Satan and saves his soul. So there's no torture in this one.
Okay.
This
But
is
it also
pretty
it
yeah.
does imply, though, that was a binding in some way contract that required some form of intervention to nullify. So this does not necessarily follow the whole, like, the soul is not yours to sell.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, denominational difference. I mean, you may have never heard of Theo, folks, but this story may sound eerily familiar, and that's because it's the basis for the most famous example of soul selling ever, Faust. Man, I love the Faust story. this guy, okay, it's interesting because historians are divided. He's either a wandering alchemist, astrologer, and magician, or hedge wizard, or he's just a con man and a heretic.
Hey, look, one man's wizard is another man's con man / heretic. Both things can be true.
You could be all of it.
Exactly.
Right. Sometimes the magic works, and sometimes you just rig the deck.
I mean, Merlin was a bit of a huckster, you know, in his own way, but he also did have some powers. But he loved a power move, and he was a manipulator.
I love the, we referenced it before, but I love the description Twain has in A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, because the Yankee is really interested in figuring out if Merlin can do actual magic. And he has this moment, this is not a spoiler for the story, which is great. He has this moment where he thinks, holy crap, this Merlin guy, one, can't do real magic, and two, he drank his own flavoring. Like, he thinks he can do magic, and he's surprised that it doesn't work every time. Maybe Faust is like that. Maybe he fell for his own story.
He's an educated fellow, right?
Yeah, he is. In the story, for sure. After his death, the real Faust, he becomes the main character of this folk legend. And as you said, well, Faust is real smarty pants. He's an autodidact. He's what will later be called a Renaissance man. He is unhappy with life, even though because he knows most things, but he wants to know everything. And he's he's partying pretty hard, but he wants to have all the hardest of parties.
Isn't that funny, though? Even the creation myth or whatever it is, dismissive, but Adam and Eve, the idea that the snake convinced Eve to eat from the tree of knowledge. Knowledge is almost cast as like you shouldn't have knowledge. That can be damning, or it can be corrupting, right?
Sure. I mean, intelligence after a certain threshold is not evolutionarily advantageous, unfortunately. But but this is our guy. So there's something like Icarus-esque about him. He wants more. He wants to get closer and closer to the sun here, figuratively speaking. So he knows a lot already. He just doesn't know everything. He leverages his knowledge of the dark arts. He goes to a crossroads, makes the right sigils, signs, and incantations, and he attempts to summon Satan. The actual Satan doesn't appear, but to our earlier point, he sends one of his boys. He sends his representative, Mephistopheles, really cool name, and Mephistopheles makes a deal with him. He says, look, Faust, you can tell magic is real. I got a lot of these demon superpowers, and if you agree to give me your soul in the future, then I will be your beck and call. You can ask me, Mephistopheles, do this magic thing, and boom, it's going to be done, buddy. Don't worry about it. I got you for a number of years. Faust is like, what happens after, 7 years? That's a common. What happens?
I think it was like 6 or 7 years, like 7 years.
Yeah, because it varies depending on the story, but it's a specific window of time. And after that time period expires, Faust will be damned, be erased from Earth, and his soul will labor in eternal slavery.
And he's cool with this? It wasn't a bait and switch? Does he really spell it all out for him?
Yes, yeah. That's how the D&D alignment of, what is it, legalistic evil. Dylan, what's that? Lawful evil. Lawful evil.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at this point, it's really hard to feel bad for Faust. Because he knows exactly what he's doing. He's not really being tricked. There's no monkey's paw, hidden consequences here. It's all spelled out for him. He just wants it that bad.
Yeah, exactly. He's fine with it at first. Because future Faust might as well be a different person, a stranger. Just the way, like, Sunday Ben, next day Noel, or Matt tomorrow might all be different people if you want to have a lazy Saturday. So he and Mephistopheles get into all sorts of shenanigans. I don't know why I had spurts of shenanigans there. I think I was doing a joke, but all right. So the tragical history of the life and death of Dr. Faustus, that's run by Marlowe. Things do not end well. Faust does try to get out of his contract unsuccessfully. He wrongs a bunch of people on the way and does not get redemption. He goes to hell.
Well, it's also one of those things where past you making a deal, future you might not really be as excited about it's another example, or at least a parable here, I guess, where it's about kind of not having your mouth write a check that you whatever can't cash. You know, down the line, it's like, oh my God, why did I do that? It's really important to think ahead, think about it, not try, because I guess I was a little foggy on the fact that he knew the consequences. He just thought it was worth it, and if I'm not mistaken, at least in some of the dramatizations, he sort of finds love in that period. It was like very much like finds the happiness that he always wanted out, and realizes maybe that all of those worldly things aren't that important, and sort of grows a little bit, only to be rug pulled when the time comes and the devil shows up and calls him his partner.
Right. He does in a later story, the one by Goethe. Faust does turn things around at the end, and it's like you were saying, it's thanks to the love of a woman that he did wrong in a very serious way, but she sticks by him, and then he has serious acts of penitence toward God, and because this woman intercedes for him on his behalf to pray for his forgiveness, he starts to turn around a little earlier than in the original story. He reaches the end of the contract, he says, maybe now that I am future Faust, maybe this was a bad idea. Oh, past Faust, you jackass. So he does, in the second version, he does reach redemption. This is the basis for countless other works of film and fiction. You don't have to read this story or the plays to know it already.
Just the term Faustian part. That exact thing. In the moment, make a deal that when the time comes, you utter regrets, and it's not ultimately in your best interest.
I mean, the story's a nice version of the late 1400s. Well, let's say the 1400s, 1500s, and a lot of time before that, where only women could become servants of the devil. That's, at least in the Malleus Maleficarum, that's one of the things. You had to be a woman to be a servant of the devil in one of these things, or you had to be tempted essentially by one of these witches to take yourself in. At least in this case, it's a male figure that is doing the wrong stuff and being tempted and is the bad guy.
Oh man, in another case, even popes have been accused of selling their souls. Pope Sylvester II, he was a real smart guy. He is credited with inventing things like a kind of pendulum clock and a hydraulic organ. He is also he's often cited as one of the reasons Western Europe started using the Arabic numeral system, which was controversial. He never publicly said he sold his soul, but when he died, because so many popes have enemies in the church and they all kind of hate each other, after he died, these rumors started spreading, and all his critics said, you know what, nobody is actually that smart. You're on the right. How did he do it? What, was he reading books like a nerd?
Had him in the devil. Yeah, it's true. All those inventions, this idea of that profound knowledge, kind of going back to the idea of knowledge being corrupted or in some way from the forces of the world. This was more than anything, like you said, Ben, a product of politicking. You know, the people who were against Sylvester may have genuinely believed that he was up to something, but it's more likely that they didn't like that dialogue you mentioned, Ben, with some of the great thinkers of the Arab world. They considered that perhaps to be a bit of heresy.
Absolutely right, because you think Islamophobia is bad now? We go back a few centuries.
Wasn't he also one that was trying to kind of root out some of the forces of corruption within the organization, the church?
100%, right? And I'd love you to bring that up. He was specifically fighting against the widespread practice of something called simony, spelled like Simon with a Y. Indulgences, buying or selling of offices, just financial corruption in the church, which continues today.
That's right. Yeah, tithing and stuff. I mean, whatever, like a tithe, you give your money to whatever cause you think is worthy of it, but there has historically been many examples of monetary corruption, whether it be, buying your way to a sweet or, the ability to eat butter when you want.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. Or break the diet and fasting, that kind of thing, right? We also know, look, those are some of the fancy historical versions of selling one's soul to the devil, but there's an entirely different genre of story, which is, I think, a lot more fun. Folk heroes manage through wit and chance to outsmart infernal powers. They get one over on the forces of hell. Being here in the fair metropolis of Atlanta, folks, our most familiar reference to this is the song "The Devil Went Down to Georgia." Remember that?
Looking for a soul to steal.
Yeah.
Coming up quick.
Oh, man.
Fire on the Mountain, run by. Oh, it gives me chills. It's really good. Charlie Daniels, man.
Yeah.
Excellent tune. And such a cool story. And again, this Faustian bargain, but it's flipped because our boy, Johnny, is going toe-to-toe with the devil, and he comes out on top. He's not really making a deal. He's just that good.
And he's ballsy. Yeah. And so this is
And shredding that fiddle, by the way. Just that's
The original version of this would be he goes down to Georgia and makes a deal with the devil so he can play the fiddle the way he can, right?
I don't know though.
But that's the way a bargain would be made.
the original trope. Yeah.
What I'm saying is this is an inversion.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's beautiful. I agree.
It's really neat.
And this is an echo of all sorts of similar folkloric stories of the kind of unconventional maverick character who may not be book smart, but have a lot of street smarts, like old Bittenbinder from the lady's childhood. Another example of this is Samandur the Learned. He's an Icelandic folk hero, or I guess Samandur the Learned. He was an Icelandic priest and scholar from like 1000s to the 1100s. Also, he was a real dude. Also, when he died, he became a larger-than-life folklore character. And this guy routinely tricks the devil into helping him out with stuff. So many stories that, honestly, the devil looks kind of like a klutz reboot.
Can I also just really quickly double back to Johnny and the devil the guy? He does make a bargain. The bargain is, if I can't outplay you, you get my soul. And if I do, then I get a gold fiddle, a magical gold fiddle. But it's not like he's making the bargain in order to achieve his abilities. He's already got those, and he's basically saying, yeah, I'll go do it too. The devil.
And if you lose, the devil will get your soul. The devil said, I'll start the show with fire from his fingers as he walks along his boat. Oh, okay, no, get too far into it. Yes.
Y'all listen to it if you have. I'm sure it's a good hang from front to back. Just give it a listen. It's a really good album.
It's somehow not awkward country hip hop.
Yeah, and it's not the greatest song in the world, but it is a
tribute. Yeah. So back to Iceland, several different stories. We see things like one example would be the Samandur goes to the devil and says, I need a trip back home to Iceland from Europe. I'll make a deal with you. You change into a seal and carry me across the waters, and then at the end I'll give you my soul. And at the end, instead of giving up his soul, maybe this is funnier in Icelandic, or sounds more clever, he bonks Satan on the head with a Bible while Satan is still a seal, and then he runs away.
That's pretty funny.
And Satan's like, oh no, if I weren't a seal, I would get you.
How did he know about the bonk and run clause?
100%. Also makes me think of like, you know what, the devil, I will sell you my soul for double the Delta Sky Miles. You know, like it's a little bit of an underwhelming deal. He's getting a ride.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I guess in those days it was a lot to navigate that kind of journey, but still, I think he would have asked for a few little add-ons.
He does swindle Satan into teaching him the dark arts at Iceland's version of the Skolamots, or the Black School, and he escapes every single time in the story.
Nice.
If you like stories about Skolamots, dark arts institutions, please check out Krabat. I think in English it's the Satanic Mill. It's a young adult story that I recently reread, and it is just a banger for Halloween.
Nice.
Yeah, the Satanic Mill. I think if for anybody who wants to give a kid a spooky story, I would say this is appropriate if you're like 10 or 11, I think would be the entry level for the story.
Heck yeah. That's awesome. I was going to ask you to spell it. How do you... awesome. Guys, can you imagine riding a seal through the waters between Iceland and wherever you're heading to in Europe?
Doesn't seem like you make it. Seems like the freeze.
Feels like it depends on the kind of seal too, you know?
Yeah.
But it feels like one wouldn't do the job.
Agreed.
And there are literally other creatures in the sea that would be better transported.
And doesn't this also sort of remind you of like Greek mythology, like Zeus turning into a swan, having intercourse with a woman, and all of that kind of stuff? You know what I mean? Like it has that certain fantastical quality to it. Like I don't know, this is meant to be taking that at face value.
Maybe he got caught getting sexy with a seal in real life and had to come up with a story to rationalize it.
Okay.
Stranger things have
And
happened.
Christianity was born.
Yeah, right. There's another guy, John Fiat. This is a not a folk hero story. This is one of the darker ones. This is what we mean when we talk about political assassination. Here's a tale, Dylan. If we could get some old-timey, like court music, some little fife. I don't know. You're the expert in this one. So it's 1589. There's a guy named King James VI of Scotland. He's going to marry a lady named Princess Anne of Denmark. The princess sails to Scotland, and the weather turns on them. So her crew has to call the journey short and find shelter in Norway. They blame the storms on malevolent witches, and the king is saying, these witches are trying to ruin our marriage. And because this wasn't just some random dude or cheesemonger or fishmonger, because it was the king saying this, Denmark and Scotland instituted large-scale inquisitions, and for 2 years they hunted sorcerers, all because the weather was bad. When they were trying to make this marriage happen, King James personally supervised some of the tortures and examinations, and one guy who got accused was Dr. John Fiat, F-I-A-N.
He was named another suspected practitioner of dark arts named Gillis Duncan. Again, very strict torture. Gillis confessed or stated, began rather to name names, all sorts of people that they counted as witchy cults were as well. And the Inquisitors were super into this information, as you would imagine they might be.
Yeah, they like every aspect of it, man. And they tortured the heck out of John. Initially, he said, I had nothing to confess. And they beat the crap out of him, beat the tar out of him, beat the Christ out of him. They burned him, they broke his bones, you name it. We don't have to get into all the ways they tortured him, but if you can picture those forms of torture, they probably did it. And so finally, he confesses. He says, okay, my soul belongs to the devil. I made a deal with the devil a long time ago. And then he starts, similar to like killers who are locked up for life, who make false confessions to get favors in prison. He starts regaling the court with all these stories. He says, bewitched women, men alike. It doesn't matter to me. Also, one time I had a spell that went wrong, so I slept with a cow. My bad.
Have you thought about just the simple answer that the longer he's telling compelling stories in real time, that's time that they won't be torturing him. Just literally that simple. If you keep yapping about devil stuff, they're going to be listening intently rather than shoving hot metal rods up their peel.
Yeah, similar to 1001 Arabian Nights, right? Where if you keep telling the stories, you can put off your death.
It's like a filibuster, you know?
It is. He filibustered the court, and he does promise to renounce Satan. He said, the devil came to visit me in the night with a white wand in his hand. He tried to persuade me to keep his vow and serve him, but I castigated the archfiend, telling him I utterly forsake thee.
Oof, utterly.
Cow jokes. And so the devil supposedly breaks the white wand and says, that once ere thou die, thou shalt be mine. So he's like, look, whatever, can't break the deal. When you die, John, I'm coming for you. The court believed most of his story, by the way, and he eventually escapes custody. He steals the jailhouse key, he goes on the lam, the authorities catch up to him, and this time they just torture him to kill him. They're not really asking questions.
Yeah, just for funsies at this point.
touched in on some more positive things. Musicians, right? Musicians are a big part of selling one's soul. Are they good?
And that Charlie Daniels tune is very much inspired by this Robert Johnson story, for example, that you also beautifully quoted. I don't think we read it at the beginning of the episode of the doctor. Me and the devil was walking by my side. Me and the devil woo was walking by my side. From Me and the Devil Blues by Robert Johnson.
Yeah, this is interesting. We'll fast forward for one. Paganini, we should mention. We got a ridiculous history episode about this. It's a violinist, kind of like you, Niccolo Paganini. He's a rock star musician.
He's a sexy guy. He was beloved by the ladies, and he could shred that language.
Yeah, he was real weird with it, like a 1980s heavy metal lead guitarist. The way he played violin, and people started joking he sold his soul to the devil so he could be a good violinist. But here's the thing: it started as a joke, and then some people, maybe more credulous people, would go see him perform in concert, and then more than one of those folks would walk away thinking, holy crap, maybe he did sell his soul.
He was just that good.
He was just that good. But that's...
Do check out that episode. There's some other interesting details that I remember being surprised by from that story.
Yeah, and the name's just fun to say. Paganini. I don't know what it reminds me of, but it's so delicious.
It reminds me of the guy that created the Smurfs.
I think maybe they're all related. Pressed sandwiches, the Smurfs, and devil-worshipping violinists.
I would sell my soul for a good pressed sandwich.
Yeah, I would sell... I want to get into the idea of fractional soul selling, or can you lease your soul? Can you, like,
that's right.
Airbnb?
Can you sell a partial portion of it?
Sublet.
Yeah, exactly. What other financial mechanisms should we apply to the soul selling market? I feel like there are futures here. There's speculation options.
Yeah, sell a put or a call.
Yeah.
You can still understand.
You can short someone's soul.
There you go.
All right, the one that you set up so beautifully there. Bobby Johnson versus Tommy Johnson. Robert Johnson's the guy you're going to hear about the most. He's featured in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? This dude who sold his soul to Crossroads to the devil. The devil showed up at midnight, tuned his guitar. He made a deal. But that story is based on another guy named Tommy Johnson from the Mississippi Delta, United States, very active in the movement that was sometimes called the Delta Blues, sometimes called the Devil's Blues.
Well, I don't believe it's certainly meant to be a one-to-one of this character, but in Sinners, there's a great character who's sort of the perspective character who, the movie starts off with him wandering into the church with a smashed guitar and looking all effed up, and you wonder what happened to this guy, and your mind immediately jumps to, dude made a deal with the devil so that he could, rock out the sweet, sweet Delta Blues.
Yeah, it's weird to hear historical accounts of Tommy Johnson. Because again, a real person, so is Robert Johnson. But
there's recordings. There are absolutely really cool sounding archival recordings of
just haunting. And so the guy's absolute legend. The thing with Tommy Johnson is, according to people who were around at the time, who are on record, Tommy Johnson originally was not that good at guitar. They said he was just making noise, and he got run out of juke joints when the audience didn't dig his stuff. So he disappears, and when he comes back, he's really, really good. And people couldn't explain the sudden jump in talent and acumen and ability. And so he said, I got a tip. You visit the Crossroads at midnight. This mysterious stranger meets you, tunes your guitar, make a deal with him, you become the world's best musician. And aside from the supernatural stuff, the timeline, the chain of events seems legit. Tommy Johnson leaned into this too, because it was great marketing.
Clearly, we're talking about it today.
Right, and Robert Johnson leaned into it, kind of the way like Alice Cooper might lean into satanic rumors, even though, as Wayne's World proved, he's like the nicest guy.
Does this guy know how to party or what? I saw Alice Cooper at a local music festival a handful of years ago, and it was one of the coolest live shows I've ever seen. It had a giant spooky castle backdrop, like a guillotine comes out at one point and cuts his head off. It was so theatrical. It was a lot of fun. Highly recommend checking out
backstage and puts on his comfy socks and has some Earl Grey.
He loves playing golf too, and he also apparently volunteers at his local soup kitchen. Like,
Yeah.
Really cool.
Cool guy. We also, okay, there was one twist. There are so many other examples.
So wait, Tommy and Robert are they just kind of interchanged because they were similar and the story sort of gets attributed to both? Because I guess I didn't know about Tommy, but I certainly know about Robert.
Yeah, the story gets kind of muddy, and even though they have the same last name, they're not related. But they're both phenomenal musicians. So we'd love to hear your favorite folk tales about the devil. Please send them our way. We are sponges for this. It's always a good read. Here's the twist, or the weird thing I wanted to ask you guys about as we approach the end of tonight's episode. Returning to the concept of how certain denominations of Christianity feel it is impossible to sell one's soul, or it is possible. Is it logically not also kind of selling your soul when you accept Christianity? When you sign up for that version of God, you're just selling it to the good guys?
No, that's cool, man. That's the one we accept. That one's fine. Yes, of course it is. Right? You're giving they even described it that way in rhetoric. Or if youth group kind of talk, giving your soul to Jesus, giving your soul to God, you know?
Give yourself.
But I think that's interesting because the implication is if God truly was the creator who created you, then doesn't he already own your soul? You really have to give it willingly? The whole idea of giving it willingly always strikes me as a little interesting and convenient in terms of that aspect of control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just something I've been pondering just on an academic, philosophical level. Love to hear everybody's thoughts on this. I mean, I don't know. Do you guys believe it's possible for someone to actually sell their soul? And bonus question, if you could name one person right now that might have pulled it off, who would that person be? We'd love to hear from you folks.
I understand the logistics of it. How does one transfer a soul? Does it stay inside of you?
Do you get like a stamp?
Does it go in a jar?
Is it like Bitcoin? Do you have like a ledger and a little secret number or code?
But it also, I mean, we didn't really talk much about this, but the soul, as it's described in one of these religions, is the life force, is the thing that makes you alive. And if I'm not mistaken, there was another Simpsons thing where Bart sells his soul.
Yeah.
And he, all of a sudden, like, he can't, like, do normal people things, or he's sort of like, he's not a ghost, but he's sort of got ghost-like qualities. It sort of speaks to that idea of you are no longer human when you don't have your soul.
You're fully present on the earth.
Exactly.
Perhaps you become some sort of demigod, and then you could begin emblazing your name in gold letters across buildings and property.
coming up
that's
quick.
amazing.
Thank you. I feel much better. Wait, what is the reason?
Right side.
It deals damage
Clear.
to you when you add mana to your mana pool, but I think you can add any mana you want. So like any color, but it's still going to make you one damage every time. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
All right, here's our episode.
This is an iHeart podcast.
Did you know Tide has been upgraded to provide an even better clean and cold water? Tide is specifically designed to fight any stain you throw at it, even in cold. Butter? Yep. Chocolate ice cream? Sure thing. Barbecue sauce? Tide's got you covered. You don't need to use warm water. Additionally, Tide Pods let you confidently fight tough stains with new ColdZyme technology. Just remember, if it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide.
Alienware's biggest sale of the season lets you unleash peak performance of Black Friday savings.
Prices start at $899.99 with select Alienware PCs like the groundbreaking Alienware 16 Aurora gaming laptop, taking performance to the next level with Intel Core processors.
Plus, you can save on all the latest accessories and displays like the Alienware 32 4K QD-OLED gaming monitor.
Visit alienware.com/deals before these limited time savings expire.
Clear.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Fiscally responsible. Financial geniuses. Monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Because Progressive offers discounts for paying in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you can count on their great customer service to help you when you need it. So your dollar goes a long way. Visit Progressive.com to see if you can save on car insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states or situations.
Hosts compensated for their time. I used to play team sports and shared a locker room with a whole lot of women, plus 14 roommates in one college house. I still text, call, or see so many of those women regularly. We talk about everything, even breast cancer, which has affected several of my friends. Breast cancer has impacted all our lives in one way or another, so we know talking about it is important to share understanding and to keep everyone updated. If you or someone you know was previously diagnosed with HR positive, HER2 negative early breast cancer and went through treatment, you might be surprised to learn that it could come back. That's why I want to tell you about a breast cancer treatment called Kisqali. Kisqali ribociclib 200 milligram tablets are taken with an aromatase inhibitor. It's for adults with HR positive, HER2 negative stage 2 or 3 early breast cancer with a high risk of recurrence, and it can help reduce the risk of cancer coming back. In a clinical study at 3 years, 91% of people taking Kisqali plus an aromatase inhibitor were cancer-free, versus 88% taking an aromatase inhibitor alone. Individual results may vary. Kisqali may cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in serious infections. Life-threatening lung problems and abnormal heartbeats can occur. Your doctor should test your heart and blood before and during treatment. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening cough, chest pain, or dizziness. Before taking Kisqali, tell your doctor all your medical conditions, medicines you take, and if you're breastfeeding, pregnant, or planning to be, as it can harm an unborn baby. Common side effects include nausea, headache, and tiredness. It's all about doing more today to help protect your tomorrow. Visit Kisqali.com. I know it's tricky to spell, so that's Kisqali to learn more. And ask your doctor if Kisqali is right for you.
From UFOs to psychic powers and government conspiracies, history is riddled with unexplained events. You can turn back now, or learn the stuff they don't want you to know. A production of iHeartRadio.
Hello, welcome back to the show. My name is Matt.
Our friend Noel is on adventures today. They call me Ben. We're joined as always with our super producer, Paul Mission Control Deckett. Most importantly, you are here, and that makes this stuff they don't want you to know. Quick check-in, Matt. My dear friend over these many years, how are you today?
Well, let me tell you. I'm great. I'm gonna get to play some Magic later tonight with my buddy Charlie, who lives in upstate New York. I've talked to him forever. He finally agreed. Just, to let me be my middle school self again and play some Magic. I'm very excited about that. and I are going to have a game together pretty soon.
That's right, Matt. Yeah, I've got to go back to the office and pick up one of my favorite gifts I ever received, a deck of Magic cards that I suppose are vintage nowadays that you and Tyler made for me many years ago. Quite excited. Probably gonna scoop those up this weekend and spend some time doing what I did pretty often as a child, playing multiplayer games with myself. Shout out to my one-man D&D campaign, just to make sure I know what's going on there.
Yeah, and for other listeners, just who are interested here, there is a reason that we don't have to talk about on air here, that you and Noel and I may have to be at least somewhat close to each other in proximity very soon. Thinking about bringing a deck for Noel and forcing him to play a game with us, because I don't know that he's ever played Magic before. We'll see if it works out.
I imagine he'll be delighted. I imagine he'll be delighted. So before we get into today's episode, we do have one on-air correction that a couple of listeners caught, and I just wanted to get this out here because it's important. Specifically, earlier in our episode on Operation Infection, Kate, we had a couple of times referred to AIDS as standing for autoimmunodeficiency syndrome. That is incorrect. I misspoke there. I think probably I'm the most egregious person with this one. It is actually acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. So that's maybe a small difference in terms of speech, but it's a big difference in terms of what it stands for. Of course, it affects people. If you don't know what we're talking about, please check out Operation Infection, where we do, in fact, uncover a proven conspiracy about HIV and AIDS.
Yes, and specifically some meddling that occurred from Russian actors, let's say.
There we go. When we say Russian actors, we don't mean stars and stage, right? We mean
no.
Today I'm super excited about this one. Maybe a way to segue into this is the world of games, specifically video games. Now, Matt, you and I have talked more than a decade now that we've been hanging out about video games, all sorts of stripes. Do you remember Uncharted 3?
I do. Uncharted is a fabulous franchise. The fourth iteration recently was available on PS Plus, PlayStation Plus, if anybody subscribes to that. Hopefully you've played it. Great treasure hunter series. And the third version, the third iteration, oh boy, you get into a lost city. Is it Lemuria that is featured in that one, or is it Atlantis?
It is a lost city in the wild desert of the Middle East. A city that was rumored to be home to Jinn, a city that was rumored to have untold wealth before it was cursed by the divine. We won't spoil it too much. I believe you could still get at least Uncharted 1 through 3 for free on PlayStation's special looking out for you quarantine deal. So I recently played this. It's a fantastic game if you're a fan of Indiana Jones. If you're not really a fan of video games, but you do like film and folks like Indiana Jones, then think of that almost as, at times it's more like an interactive movie. You know what I mean? It's a journey, and you can set the if you're particularly unmotivated video game stuff, you can set the levels low enough such that you're just kind of sitting through a movie where you occasionally push buttons. Well, it's like what was that, Dragon's Lair? That's another old one. But you're right, Matt. Lost Cities, they play a big part in Uncharted because Lost Cities played a huge part in human civilization. Like typically, right, when you hear people talk about ancient lost cities, let's say you're flipping through television, you're flipping through books, come across that phrase. Lost city, civilization. in the modern day, we tend to dismiss that concept, like, right out. You know, places like, you mentioned Lemuria, or it's the Beatles to its Rolling Stone, Atlantis, and so on. These are all kind of thought to be legends, right? We've done stories on those in the past. I think we actually got to a pretty surprisingly solid answer on the mystery of Atlantis a while back. But lost cities, lost civilizations, the amazing and disturbing thing about this is not that crazy. It turns out our species, as I said before, are cartoonishly good at losing things. We're talking about car keys, passwords, technologies, cities, entire civilizations. The vast span of human history is this like long-running joke about us making stuff and completely forgetting about it.
Clear on the rock.
Mostly forgetting.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at almost every major civilization space, so a place where a civilization began. You can look, even if it's a city, let's say in a place like Atlanta, just as an example, there are versions of Atlanta that exist below it, that were built on top of it. You know, for cities to exist, London is a really good example of that. New York, where there's a version of that place, history, that literally went away, or went underground, essentially. And you can think about all kinds of things that we've lost over time.
Coming up quick.
Entire technologies that have come and gone. You know, even just an entire civilization, a whole place where humanity grew and thrived for a while, and just went away for one reason.
Clear.
And sometimes even when we know the location of the lost place, quote unquote lost, even when we know where the ruins are, we still can run into mysteries about why tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people one day just left, right? There are a lot of questions that remain unanswered because history is alive, right? In today's episode, we're exploring a city that some people may not have heard of, but a city that occupies a unique place in folklore and in science here in the modern day. In fact, we call this a lost city, but it may have already been found. And where better to start with this story than with a legend? So here are the facts.
There was once, according to legend, a place known as Iram of the Pillars. It's also known as Ubar for short. We're going to be calling it in this story. But it was also known as Ubar with a W, Iram. Sometimes it was just known as the City of the Pillars. It was this legendary place. It was, or it has been, over the course of history, taken as this indisputable fact that it was a true place, a thing that existed by one of these names, generally by people who follow in the faith of Islam. It's explicitly mentioned, by the way, in the Quran, which is a good thing to know for the rest of the story here. The specific phrase, by the way, that's found there is Iram.alimad, and sometimes translated to, maybe a less prestigious sounding phrase called Iram of the Tent Poles. Not so cool. Sounds much better when it's Alimad. But the English translation of its but we've got it actually. We've got the English translation of its mention in the Quran.
Right, yeah. Here's how explicit mention in the Quran is English. Quote, because of the differences between English and Arabic, there's going to be some side here. There's some words or pieces of sentence structure that don't quite translate, but we'll give you the gist. Quote, have you not considered how your Lord dealt with Ra, who had lofty pillars, the likes of whom had never been created in the lands, and with Damud, who carved out the rocks in the valley, and with Pharaoh, owner of the stakes, all of whom pressed within the lands and increased therein the corruption. So your Lord poured upon them a scourge of punishment. Indeed, your Lord is in conservation. That's the words of the prophet, right, in the Quran. it's the story of this kind of warning to the reader. It's like, hey, think about what happened to this place. Think about what happened to this guy. And that last line comes off, I think, a little bit mild, where it says, indeed, your Lord is an observation. Maybe a more direct way to say that in American English today would be, watch out, God is watching you.
Yeah, it always feels like somebody's watching me because it has been stated here that she, it is indeed. There's another version of this, by the way, where I guess of the story of the legend, where Ubar was the center of trade, of wealth, society. It was located along this really lucrative trade route that existed at the time in which it was a place that was thriving. And it's where merchants would transport all kinds of things, or this trade route is where merchants would trade all kinds of things, and Ubar was a major stop. And one of the big things that they traded was frankincense. And this has been mentioned a lot, or at least is a major point of this one.
No man.
Yeah.
So you're on the rock.
They were balling out. They were making so much money off this frankincense trade, which included myrrh, for people
fans of the three wise men.
Clear.
That you might notice that frankincense and myrrh, which are not super big commodities to a lot of people today, were profoundly impressive to explain that. They were status symbols. They were associated with things that were holy. And so, being a part of this trade, the people who are money, riches, etc. This story follows kind of Pixar version. Once upon a time, as you said, was the center of the trade, and every day it got wealthier and wealthier and wealthier, until one day a prophet arrives. This is a pre-Islamic prophet. A prophet arrives and foretells that the city and the entire civilization of Ubar will be destroyed by God as punishment for their wicked, wicked ways. The king, who was not aware that he was to be the last king of Ubar, ignored the prophet. And a short while later, the city disappeared from the historical record. It was buried under the shifting sands of the empty quarter. Arabia, they called it that. The Saudi Arabia, they called it.
Yeah, it feels maybe at first glance or first listening as a similar parable that has existed in a couple of different holy books, in a couple of different societies and kind of historical records, where there's this place that became so wealthy, they just bored in some ways because they had so much time on their hands, and they started to do the things that idle hands do, which is generally considered the devil's work, the bad things, the wicked, evil things. And then it gets destroyed because the force of good, in this case, God comes through and says, no. But if you continue along the legend, even though it was destroyed, if it was real, then it would still exist out there somewhere, right? At least according to legend.
Right. Somewhere out there, in the dry ocean of the desert, one may still discover the ruins of ancient Ubar, all the riches within, and possibly all the curses and consequences run into for violating the wishes of the divine. And you know, I'm not.
Yeah, but mostly all those vases full of that dank frankincense.
Dankincense. That'll be the name of the company we start. Dankincense. Yeah, we'll find something for myrrh as well. Myrrh is still very much in the game in this part of the story. But you're right. So the details of the disaster are naturally vague. The idea, at the time the story takes place, when it's traced to antiquity, usually natural disasters are always seen as happening for some sort of reason. No one is ever saying, we have famine because we couldn't grow crops because of the drought. They say, we are encountering famine because we have crops right sacrifices, they didn't propitiate right prayers, right calendar, etc. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just the human mind, because humans have always been, these are still Homo sapiens, they're very much like us. They're still trying to categorize, and frame, and understand the world. So when you hear details about Ubar's demise, you might hear people say, it was God that struck him down, and you hear other people say, it was God who struck him down, but God did it this way, right? Through an earthquake maybe, or through a sandstorm that never stopped. It's kind of like Atlantis, right? That's another example. Or Sodom and Gomorrah.
That's a good example.
Yeah, because it has the wickedness, right? And it's still, it's a story that's common to what they call people of the book, right? Judeo-Christian, Islamic belief systems. But Ubar has a couple of things in its legend that make it different. First, speculation about Ubar has continued since the writing of the Quran, which really popularized it, because that is a book that is fundamental to many civilizations. And then some other lost city legends, just by contrast, they claim that there are ancient origins to them, but they end up being examples of embellishments, maybe, or outright hoaxes. This is not the case here. I mean, Ram Bar was popularized in the West in the 30s, really picked up some modern shine and PR TLC in the 1990s. But again, it's been known in the Middle East. The West alone is not the world. It was known in the Middle East since the Quran, since before then. It assumed its more modern interpretation way back during the aggregation and dissemination of the anthology we know of as 1001 Nights. Fantastic book that was composed over centuries during the Islamic Golden Age. We still don't know, to be completely clear, how that book was formed. It's a mystery. But that's not the only reason Ubar is unique.
Yeah, there are some pretty old maps that actually placed a physical location of Ubar on these maps. There's one where it's depicted as Omanum Emporium, and that's on Ptolemy's map, Ptolemy, his map of the world. This guy, Claudius Ptolemy, he was born in Greece, lived in Egypt, and this is around 110 to 170 AD. So that's some time ago, let's say. It's also mentioned by several other Islamic commentators throughout the years and the centuries that have existed as possibly existing in one place or another, in multiple versions of essentially.
Yeah, the primary evidence, which we're very thankful for, a lot of primary evidence comes from religious sources of text. So there's going to be this ongoing debate about translation, and then about, like you said, Matt, is this literally a city? Is this literally a civilization? Is this a metaphor? Is this like a larger version of all those stories that even today kids hear, like, don't do act A, B, or C, or else you'll have consequence X, Y, or Z. What if it wasn't a city at all? What if it was a region instead? So instead of like, what if whenever the U.S. falls and you fast forward a couple millennia or something, what if no one remembers the city of Atlanta and they talk about the lost city of Georgia? It's located somewhere on this continent. Everybody's got weird ideas about it.
It would be the lost city of Compton.
There we go. That stuff happens all the time. And then the name would get distorted in telephone. It would be like Kumik or Kumang or something like that. Yeah, that happens constantly. So maybe it wasn't even a region. Maybe it was not geographic. Maybe it was named for a people, which also happens pretty often, right? Because we know that in ancient times, and even now, groups of people, communities, and tribes, the names that outsiders use refer to the place where those people are found, right? And the places where they live get named after them. Israel, you know what I mean? Like, especially the Middle East is full of this stuff. So, Bar has long been associated with a group of people called the Who, spelled like apostrophe E-T, but pronounced well. And back in the 11th century, there was a guy, a commentator named Nashwan bin Said Yari, who said, quote, Bar is the name of the land which belonged to in the eastern part of Yemen. Today it's an untrodden desert. Owing to the dyeing up of its water, there are to be found in it great buildings which have been smothered in sand. It doesn't really mention God. It just mentions these people built some stuff, and they're no longer in the game.
How intriguing is that? I mean, again, like bring back Indiana Jones, just some of these concepts that I used to buy as a child growing up were so fascinating. You know, being able to one day maybe chase down some historical place like this, or discovering a lost place, a lost world that existed somewhere. It's just such fuel for the imagination, and you know, it really just depends on where you look, who you ask, who you just want to believe, I guess, on how you think about who you are, where it could be, what it could be, who the actual people, what occurred, or it also depends on your faith. Honestly, depending on the books you grew up with, as the important pillars of your faith and understanding. But it's really cool that this place has all of this potential built in.
You know, you may have grown up most familiar with that description. You may have been a fan of T.E. Lawrence, famous, very strange explorer and military officer. He's the one who popularized calling it the Atlantis of the Sands. But the most important thing about the Atlantis of the Sands is that we're pretty sure someone found it. What are we talking about? I'll tell you after a word about responsibility.
Hosts compensated for their time. I used to play team sports and shared a locker room with a whole lot of women, plus 14 roommates in one college house. I still text, call, or see so many of those women regularly. We talk about everything, even breast cancer, which has affected several of my friends. Breast cancer has impacted all our lives in one way or another, so we know talking about it is important, to share understanding, and to keep everyone updated. If you or someone you know was previously diagnosed with HR-positive, HER2-negative early breast cancer and went through treatment, you might be surprised to learn that it could come back. That's why I want to tell you about a breast cancer treatment called Kisqali. Kisqali ribociclib 200 milligram tablets are taken with an aromatase inhibitor. It's for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative stage 2 or 3 early breast cancer with a high risk of recurrence, and it can help reduce the risk of cancer coming back. In a clinical study at 3 years, 91% of people taking Kisqali plus an aromatase inhibitor were cancer-free, versus 88% taking an aromatase inhibitor alone. Individual results may vary. Kisqali may cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in serious infections. Life-threatening lung problems and abnormal heartbeats can occur. Your doctor should test your heart and blood beforehand during treatment. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening cough, chest pain, dizziness. Before taking Kisqali, tell your doctor all your medical conditions, medicines you take, and if you're breastfeeding, pregnant, or planning to be, as it can harm an unborn baby. Common side effects include nausea, headache, and tiredness. It's all about doing good today. Visit Kisqali.com. I know it's tricky to spell, so that's Kisqali to learn more. And ask your doctor if Kisqali is right for you.
This is something the mainstream furniture industry does not want you to know. Your sofa, it's dirty. That's right, the thing you spend hours on, your family eats on, your pets nap on. It can't even be cleaned. The average sofa harbors spills, odors, and germs with no way to wash them. The Anapay changes that. The Anapay sofa is 100% machine washable. Every piece, every cushion, every cover,
just another sale. This is pretty big bang for your buck.
You know, it's alien with some of the most advanced engineering with systems at the top.
Zero on the rock.
And what about a gift for yourself? Gift yourself a new Alienware 16 Aurora gaming laptop.
This thing's got performance at the absolute next level with Intel Core processors.
And even better, get it during Black Friday, starting at $899.99.
Plus, you can save on all kinds of displays and accessories like the Alienware 32 4K QD OLED gaming monitor for ultimate visual fidelity.
These really are incredible deals on PCs with otherworldly performance.
So visit alienware.com/deals and grab what you can
Now
for
to
the
get
biggest
us to the
sale
finish.
post dark.
Do you actually know ball? Well, come prove it with a free $10 from Better Picks. Download the Better app, pick more or less on player stats, watch the game, and win cash. It's that simple. Must be 21 or older in a jurisdiction where Better Picks operates. Terms and conditions apply. Better Picks. Sports just got better.
Here's where it gets crazy. Matt, we gotta talk about these searches. You know, people are out here changing the world, man. One time I fell asleep trying to put on a pair of pants. Like, and this is a great examination of human ingenuity.
The other day, I fell asleep. I stuck my head into my son's rocket ship tent, and I was playing with him really actively. I passed out right there. So I feel you, Ben. Just saying, maybe we should stop falling asleep on our various jobs, such as pants.
Coming up quick.
But other people have not been sitting around getting drowsy. They've been out there searching the desert for stuff,
Left side.
which is really, really cool.
You're right.
Several
They're on the left.
who believe they have uncovered this place that was mentioned in the Quran. And, you know, there's debate on who's right, who actually found it. We're going to go through all that stuff right now. But we really can't find people who have claimed that this to have found this legendary place, Ubar or Iran, that was mentioned in the Quran, that specific version. They think they found it in the Middle East, in places from Oman to Yemen to Jordan, places in Jordan, a place called Wadi Rum. This is, the infamous, what is this, Ben? I don't know this. The infamous Rub al-Khali.
Yeah, that's right. The Rub al-Khali, or the Empty Quarter. We should note that, as far as we know, neither of us are Arabic speakers, unless we had a wild weekend and forgot about it. The Empty Quarter is a vast stretch, immensely inhospitable land. We'll talk about it a little bit, but I noticed, Matt, you pointed out Wadi Rum. Let's talk about this a little bit. So, it's in Jordan. Its name translates, or it's called the Valley of the Moon. And this looks otherworldly. It's a desert landscape. Picture a lot of flat, sandy valley beds. Wadi is Arabic for valley. And they're bordered by these enormous red sandstone cliffs. It's the largest valley in Jordan, and it also carries the signs of ancient human occupation. Got inscriptions, petroglyphs, ruins, temples, graffiti, stuff that dates back as far as 12,000 years. People have been there for a long, long time.
Yeah, and it's one of those places that the glory of the natural surroundings, even just, the somewhat starkness of it as well, wasn't really known by the West until some guy walked through there who happened to be British. A man named T.E. Lawrence, a British military officer. He really brought it to the West's attention, who was passing through there during the Arab Revolt, which occurred between 1916 and 1918. And he was moved by the experience of going through that area, and he wrote a book about his experience called 7 Pillars of Wisdom.
And then we get into a weird circumstance here, a little bit of a PR move, because there's a formation at Wadi Rum called the 7 Pillars of Wisdom. That's what it's called today. It's great for tourism. that's not its original name. Its original name was like Jabal al-Mamzar, the Mountain of the Plague. And so,
yeah. Nobody wants to visit the Mountain of the Plague.
I mean, I'm down, but you know, I'm sure there's another Mountain of the Plague somewhere. So this was renamed, even though the formation that's mentioned has nothing to do with the 7 pillars actually mentioned in Lawrence's book, even in like later editions. It is all about tourism there. It is a hugely popular tourist destination, and it's of course an enormously important site of human civilization. It's also something that you, fellow conspiracy realists, have probably seen before. You just didn't know it. You might have thought it was planet Mars in The Martian. You might have thought it was any number of backdrops for films set in the Middle East or on our red neighbor just a planet away. It's also it's in some famous ones.
Oh yeah, there's a Star Wars movie, Rogue One, that used it. The Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen featured this, and my favorite one, even though it wasn't my favorite one, but my favorite version of it is seen in Prometheus. I really liked the way it was treated, just on camera.
Yeah. Also, of course, it's in the Aladdin live action.
I forgot about that.
I never asked your, I forgot to ask your opinion. I know that we both loved that film growing up. I still think it holds up. What did you see the remake?
Hot take. I suffered through it until Will Smith's 10th line, or I didn't turn it off. My son and my wife continued to watch it a little bit, but I left it.
In silent protest?
No, it wasn't very silent. It was definitely like,
Yeah, Robin Williams left some big shoes to fill, and I don't think it's. I mean, it's funny because I really enjoyed all the other actors in there. I thought they nailed it, and for some reason, again, this is one person's opinion. We'll have to get Paul's about this on here too. It just felt like they were trying to make it Will Smith plays Will Smith as the genie. I mean, to be fair, that's what Robin Williams was doing too. I liked the earlier songs.
yeah, me too. It's a real Mountain of the Plague, 7 Pillars of Wisdom scenario. Its translation just, or they did change up, just didn't play as, in this case, didn't play as well.
Yeah, true. But again, visually, they're stunning scenes. And again, I think the vast majority of the actors nailed it, so I don't want to be unfair. I think I figured out how I like the culturally appropriate idea of shit in Disney films. Because it's not like the Robin Williams genie is in any way accurate. Indeed.
But if you're gonna make a scary version, like the scariest version of a ship, which is the one that this genie is supposed to inhabit, and you're gonna make up like a family-friendly G version, then go all the way with it. Just make them super happy and transforming into all kinds of different Western characters from pop culture.
That's right. So I'm gonna watch that later, as long as we don't get disappeared. I think we can closely look at Wadi Rum. It's definitely a historically significant site, but it is probably not the Atlantis of the Sands, as T.E. Lawrence called it. It's probably not a lost city. There are some ancient temples there, but the fact is there's so much tourism there now that if there were an ancient empire or gigantic city, it would have been found. I mean, people travel from around the world to visit and film there.
I would say that just going with the name, the Mountain of the Plague, may make you think, if you put yourself in the shoes of maybe someone exploring the area who isn't fully familiar with it, may make you think that, this place was named the Mountain of the Plague. Perhaps there was something that happened a long time ago that we don't fully
get to a place that's had human beings for that long, I'm sure there were several plagues. You know what I mean? I'm sure, yeah, I don't think somebody probably didn't make that name up for fun. They didn't think it was cool. They remembered when people died of the plague in the area, and they were like, "Don't even get to where you can freaking see that mountain, bro. It's messed up."
Yeah.
I can totally see it. History is filled with ghosts.
We're gonna shoot all our movies there.
Now we shoot movies there. So there are also a lot of films shot around the area of the empty quarter. If you're going just off the oral traditions and legends, it makes a lot of sense to think that a city might have been there and vanished because it feels like the easiest place for human beings to vanish. It's vast. It's a sand desert. It covers most of the southern third of the Arabian Peninsula, and it is huge. It's like 250,000 square miles. It means it goes across Saudi Arabia, goes across the United Arab Emirates, goes across Oman. Today, it's a rough neighborhood for humans. It's actually rougher for humans now than it was in ancient times. And even then, it was no walk in the park. It rains like, not even rain. And the precipitation is like maybe 1.4 inches on a good year. The temperatures can reach as high as 51 degrees Celsius for everyone in the
51? That's not bad.
Right. For everyone in the States, that's 124 degrees Fahrenheit. And then it gets cold AF at night. It's like one of those places in the world where if you look at it objectively, are humans supposed to be here? Are we really? Do we need to go out here? You know, like, I don't know, man. I really don't know.
Well, maybe not anymore, but back before the intense desertification that's occurring out there on a continual level, increasing, it was a pretty cool place to be. A good place to almost travel in a lot of the areas. Because guess what they traded things in caravans like frankincense.
And myrrh. I don't know why it feels like there's a Simon and Garfunkel thing going on with frankincense and myrrh, or maybe it's like if we were selling a box of frankincense, it would say like frankincense now with myrrh.
Dude, no, I'll tell you a better one.
Yeah,
it's Hall and oats.
Oh wow,
does it feel so healthy? Or something like extra you don't need? You just want the Hall.
So, yes, I get it. You know, it's like people will eat the oats, but yeah, we're here for the malts. That makes a lot of sense. Like, so maybe that's it. But your point is right. Desertification, the process of becoming more desert-like, has increased over time to the present level today. Before then, it was still very much wasteland, but caravans, often on camelback, would be able to traverse established routes here to get that sweet, sweet frankincense and move it to more densely populated areas where it would fetch a great premium, as much as for its rarity as for its smell. And this trade occurred till around an estimated 318 people doing this. But the problem with the empty quarter is the same thing that made people think that's where a rock could be, or a bar could be. It's that it is huge. In the days before satellite observation, it would be really difficult for early explorers, especially as you said, the British guys, the aristos who were walking in, quote unquote, discovering all this stuff. It would be really tough for them to systematically plunder the desert without dying of thirst, starvation when they got lost. Now the native people, the Bedouin, knew their way around, right? But
yeah, exactly. Well, especially if you were trying to do it, Spaceballs style, combing the desert, like that'd be a rough gig.
It's a rough gig. It takes a lot of people a lot of time. So yeah, there could be an ancient oasis in the area. We know there are edges of the empty quarter. That's what defines the empty quarter. It's the empty part. And the stuff around the edges has stuff there. But if you were going to find something, if you were going to find an ancient city, where would you start looking? How would you find it? This leads us to various attempts to discover it. So we've nailed down that it's probably not, at least so far as we know. It's unlikely that it will. And then it's probably not in Wadi Rum, Jordan. But we've got a bunch of pretty money British explorers who have nothing, who have no other goals other than to make some money off the native cultures and later brag to their friends at the Royal Geographic Society. And they were all about this.
And we also have satellite technology now and other, advanced technology. So that's a big explore. And we'll tell you about the potential discovery after a word from our sponsor.
Hosts compensated for their time. I've seen a lot of tough women in my life, women who fight hard and keep showing up no matter what. And when one of them gets hit with breast cancer, it's brutal. But here's the thing, even after treatment, breast cancer can come back. That's why I'm telling you about Kisqali. Kisqali ribociclib 200 milligram tablets are taken with an aromatase inhibitor. It's for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative stage 2 or 3 early breast cancer with a high risk of recurrence, and it can help reduce the risk of cancer coming back. If you or someone you love went through it, talk to them. Share this. It may not seem helpful, but it's a real way to show up for the women you love, or maybe yourself. In a clinical study at 3 years, 91% of people taking Kisqali plus an aromatase inhibitor were cancer-free, versus 88% taking an aromatase inhibitor alone. Individual results may vary. Kisqali may cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in serious infections. Life-threatening lung problems and abnormal heartbeats can occur. Your doctor should test your heart and blood before and during treatment. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening cough, chest pain, or dizziness. Before taking Kisqali, tell your doctor all your medical conditions, medicines you take, and if you're breastfeeding, pregnant, or planning to be, as it can harm an unborn baby. Common side effects include nausea, headache, and tiredness. Visit Kisqali.com. That's Kisqali to learn more. And ask your doctor if Kisqali is right for you.
This is something the mainstream furniture industry does not want you to know. Your sofa, it's dirty. That's right, the thing you spend hours on, your family eats on, your pets nap on. It can't even be cleaned. The average sofa harbors spills, odors, and germs, with no way to wash them. But Anabay changes that. The Anabay sofa is 100% machine washable. Every Anabay washables.
Buck, next level with Intel Core Processors.
Advanced engineering out there. The system's at the top of reviewers' lists.
But what about a gift for yourself? Gift yourself a new Alienware 16 Aurora gaming laptop.
This thing's got performance at the absolute next level with Intel Core processors.
And even better, get it during Black Friday, starting at $899.99.
Plus, you can save on all kinds of displays and accessories like the Alienware 32 4K QD OLED gaming monitor for ultimate visual fidelity.
These really are incredible deals on PCs with otherworldly performance.
So visit alienware.com/deals soon and grab what you can before their biggest sale of the year goes dark.
5, 3,
Not everyone can be good at fantasy football, and at Better,
Right
we understand
here.
that. That's why we're giving you $10 for free just for signing up. Download the Better app, pick more or less on player stats, watch the games, and win some cash. It's that simple. Better Picks available in 33 states, including Texas, California, and Georgia. Download the Better app today. That's Better, BETR, and get a free $10, no deposit necessary. Must be 21 or older in a jurisdiction where Better Picks operates. Terms and conditions apply. Better Picks. Sports just got better.
We're back. So let's start in 1930. There is an explorer named Bertram Thomas. Bertram Thomas has the goal of being the first European who is to officially cross the sands of the empty quarter. He's at the southern edge of the area. And I'm just saying in his opinion because I take issue with the idea of him being the first person ever from Europe to do that. Because this is 1930, and there was a lot of stuff that happened before he got this idea. Anyway, so he starts this journey, and he's ready, and he has captains, he has entourage and stuff, people who are native to the land, and some members of his Bedouin entourage tell him about the story of this lost city. And he said, all right, well, I ain't gonna find that. That's gonna be something to brag to the rest of my lads about back home. He didn't find it, but he did tell T.E. Lawrence about it. T.E. Lawrence is the guy who popularized the phrase, the Atlantis of the Sands. He didn't just tell him about it. He said, right, old chap, and he marked a map for Lawrence with the supposed location. Lawrence, again, very weird dude. I don't want to kink shame anyone. I don't want to yuck anyone's yum, as Chuck would say. But Lawrence was a smart dude, and he immediately knew what we had just talked about, the vast difficulties of finding this needle of civilization, this haystack in the wild. So we said, the only way we're going to be able to find this is if we somehow get in the air. We search by like airship, by a blimp. But he never followed through with it. Again, it's 1930s, 1940s. A lot of stuff's going down in the Middle East and Europe. But these statements that he made and that other explorers made cemented the idea of this lost Arab city in the Western zeitgeist. So people were obsessed with it.
And remember, T.E. Lawrence that we spoke about earlier is the 7 Pillars of Wisdom guy in the body that we talked about. Same dude, same British military officer. Tended to write a lot about these kinds of things. So that's why it makes sense that he can explain it out there in the minds of people. But it didn't stop there. Let's jump forward 16 years to 1946 and to another English explorer, a British fellow named Wilfrid Thesiger. Actually, maybe it's Wilfrid Thesiger. I don't know how to say it. Wow, it's English. Thesiger?
Go with Thesiger. Maybe put a little British polish on it. I think you nailed it.
It could be the Seeger. We'll call it Wilfrid Thesiger. Well, so he's hanging out in a place called Shasir. It's in southern Oman. He's hanging out by this well that's over there, just in an area, an undefined area, and he notes that he's seeing some kinds of crude stone, some kind of ruins maybe from a fort. He's seeing them on this rocky eminence. And some of the things that he finds there, let's call them shards, some of the things he finds in the area may be, in his opinion, they may be early Islamic. And, he tells the Royal Geographic Society this, but nothing, official comes out. There's no, exploration in the moment because of this guy, Wilfrid Thesiger's experience.
But people remember. People know, just 2 years later, in 1948, a party of Bedouins and oil company employees are traveling and surveying Dhofar province. This is, of course, part of Western Europe's state-sponsored push to divide up the territories for resource acquisition. And they first see this place, Shasir, or also called Shasir. They're approaching it from the south, and first thing they see is this white cliff in the distance. As they get closer, they say, hey, this cliff is not just a cliff, it's man-made. It's the wall of a ruined fort, and it's built above this large cave. And there's an entrance to this cave, but it's it's obscured by a sand dune. I don't know about you guys, but I'm picturing like this crazy Indiana Jones music in my head. They found that the fort had been built from the same white rock as that cliff, and this gave them, this to them seemed to indicate that this whole thing was a single structure. One of the geologists said, you know, there are no houses or tents or people here. There's just this tumble-down ruin, this pre-Islamic fort, womp womp, because the geologists didn't have modern satellites. You're throwing so many spoilers in this. They didn't have archaeological equipment. They were unimpressed by the ruin. They were like, there's not even oil here, bro. In fact, their guides and them, they all referred to it as, quote, difficult water, because it was the only watering hole miles and miles and miles around, and they had to spend 3 days trying to get water from this dying well for their camels. So it's like they stopped in a place because of that one thing that they needed. They barely had that. They wrote down a 1-star review of it in their Yelp travel journal, and then they dipped out. But all of those things that happened were still on the record. Fast forward to the 80s, 1900s.
Yeah, that's right. 0 Michelin stars for Chasseur before that. Jumped to 1991, same area. There's just before we get into this, there is a fantastic New York Times old school article from 92, I think, about this. We recommend you check it out. The title of it is On the Trail from the Sky, Roads Point to a Lost City. So before we talk about it, read it. Hey, good stuff. So there's a filmmaker from Los Angeles named Nicholas Clapp. Really cool spelling, by the way. I don't know if he spells it that way because of the Screenwriters Guild thing, but C-L-A-P-P is his last name. You know, he's one of those guys, it's the 90s. This guy's grown up with a fascination of, you know, the romantic mystery that exists out there in ancient Arabia, the sands, as well as, you know, the concept of those huge caravan frankincense trade that's occurring right now. And he goes out to that same area, Chasseur, and really what he wants to do is use that new technology that has been developed since people have been looking at this place. And he wants to, you know, he really just wants to discover this place, right? And he ends up finding things that have never been found out there before.
Yeah, so he assembles this crew of specialists, as you said, to investigate. They include financial backers. They also include scientists from JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratories, and then he also gets with Randolph Fiennes, who, yes, is related to the actor Ralph Fiennes, who plays Voldemort. I thought you would enjoy that now. He also plays the antagonist in Red Dragon. Silence of the Lambs franchise. Anyhow, he has his relative, Randolph Fiennes, is a well-to-do European, and he is also affiliated with the Sultan of Oman, so he's kind of their fixer on the ground. So they get together, and they're reviewing this footage from these satellites, and this is very early days of this. This is before widespread use of a lot of other technologies people have today. But they see things that you wouldn't see if you're walking on the ground. One of the most important things they find is a network of ancient camel tracks, caravan routes that seem to converge on a couple of different places. One of them is Chasseur in Oman. And this is like they do all the ground, they do all the mental legwork they can before they go there, because it's a bit of a journey. So their first ground exploration takes place in 1991. They learn so much stuff, and that's where we get to that breathless, like old school NYT headline, "On the trail from the sky, road points to a lost city." And then it begins with this beautiful quotation. It's the first sentence is just solid gold. Matt, do you have maybe like a? I just hate to ask. Do you have a transatlantic?
Yeah, okay. Guided by ancient maps and sharp-eyed surveys from space, archaeologists and explorers have discovered a lost city deep in the sands of Arabia. They are virtually sure it is Ubar, the fabled entrepot of the rich frankincense trade thousands of years ago. And, it continues,
yes, and there doesn't seem to be much question. We have discovered Omanum Emporium, says Dr. George Zarathis, the expedition's chief archaeologist. The site, he says, is very rich, no doubt about it. So is this the real Ubar? Under the direction of Dr. Zarens, the team starts digging. They excavate the walls, towers, this fortress. They're working fast. They find a site that dates back more than 2,000 years. How can they work that fast? Archaeological digs are a huge issue in the Middle East because there are so many ancient civilizations, because there are so many modern civilizations at war over history right now. They're able to do this, again, because Rattle finds his buddy Sultan, what he says goes. So, Dr. Zarens doesn't just find this ancient site, he also is able to trace its demise a little bit, and he says the site has this huge sinkhole kind of bisecting it if you look at the pictures, and he says it fell sometime between AD 300 and AD 500, and if you recall, earlier at the top of the show, we said AD 300 is about when the frankincense trade is suspected to have declined.
Interesting, right? And, when you keep thinking about it in this way, if there was some kind of cataclysm or a huge earthquake or a big sinkhole that formed and sucked in everything pretty quickly over the course of even a couple of years, you can imagine how perhaps that would have been blamed on an active god of some sort.
And he says specifically, it's like, look, there is fossil water here. Fossil water is something we talked about a little bit. Work on Libya years ago. Fossil water is a non-renewable source of water. It's kind of how this oasis was working, but it was also built over limestone. So there's more and more people and animals and agriculture. They had irrigation schemes, so more and more things started getting more water. It probably contributed to an earthquake, maybe was the primary cause of this collapse. So the thing fell. The center could not hold. However, Dr. Zarens himself is quick to point out that there might be a chicken and egg thing, because if the frankincense trade was still, doing gangbusters, then there would have been enough finance, right? There would have been enough political will to rebuild this lost place. And that all depends on whether our modern idea of Ubar existed at all. Because, see, Doc Z is not convinced.
He's not. And by the way, it also depends on whether or not they could actually get water. If that fossil water was actually the reason that caused the collapse. But let's talk about Dr. Zarens and why he was unsure. Because there was this great interview with him from Nova. If you haven't watched a lot of Nova and you're listening to this, I highly recommend you do. It's really great. They're not sponsored, but I very much enjoy the programming, the stuff they put out there. But they were speaking with him about Ubar, and we've got a quote from him. He says, "There's a lot of confusion about that word," talking about Ubar. "If you look at the classical texts and the Arab historical sources, Ubar refers to a region and a group of people, not to a specific town. People always overlook that. It's very clear on Ptolemy's 2nd century map of the area. It says in big letters, La Bitarite, and in his text that accompanies the maps, he's very clear about that. It was only the late medieval version of the 1001 Nights in the 14th and 15th centuries that romanticized Ubar and turned it into a city rather than a region or a people."
Instead, he says Shasir site they found is one of maybe 3 or 4 major trade and civilization centers of the Uberite at a time when this tribal group, the Uberites, thrived along the edges of the empty border. So he's saying that they didn't discover the mythical city, but in a way that they discovered something more important. They discovered the truth that inspired the myth. We have to remember that when people saw this city, they were seeing it after 7-8 days journey through utter desolation, no food, no water. We also have to understand that when they saw, like when you see it now, you can see photographs of the ruins today, along with artist depictions of how the actual fortress looked at its time, right? And the fortress itself, especially after you've heard all these myths, it looks a little underwhelming, honestly. We have to consider that many of the people who were living there, who were populating it, even on a permanent basis, they weren't living in this relatively small fortress. They were living outside around it. They were living in large tents that you could open up to catch a breeze and things like that. It would probably only be in the fortress if there were some sort of siege or attack. It reminds me, like, it doesn't look like a shining city of pillars in the pictures of the ruins or even in the artistic depictions. But, you know, then again, for anyone who's seen the Tower of London, this stuff doesn't look like a skyscraper, right? We have very different definitions of towers hundreds of years ago. You know what I mean? Anything over 2, 3 floors, that's a tower.
Oh, absolutely. And I really like the point of just to reach that area, no matter for what reason you're traveling through to get there, you would have been on a perilous journey. This is a weird way to think about it, but I shot a picture in my head, man, of a day that I worked a full day, like let's say 8-9 hours. Then immediately after that, shot a film festival 48 hours thing, immediately following a full day of work. And I hadn't eaten food in 30 hours or so. And somebody suggested getting Popeyes. I didn't know what that was. I tried it for the first time with my wife, and it was the best piece of chicken I had ever eaten in my life. Now, is that because it was actually the best piece of chicken, or is it because I was starved, or I felt starved, and was so hungry I became clear on the rock? I wonder if that experience is correct. It's a really great point.
I mean, you're making a really great point too. And not to date you there, Matt, that is before the famous chicken sandwich. That was just like you got a 2 or a 3 piece, right?
It's true.
I mean, I stand by Popeyes. This is not an advertisement for Popeyes, but I think at least here in Atlanta, what we love about Popeyes is you can tell how good the chicken's going to be by like how abrasive the people who work there are. Probably some of the best Popeyes here in our neck of the local woods is right down the street from our office, where famously, I don't know about you, I went there for lunch one day. I was just trying to pick up some videos in a hurry, and when I pulled up at the drive-thru, the person on the other end said, "What?"
It's a 1-to-1 ratio. How good the chicken is going to be, and how much great.
But I think you make a really great point about the psychology of people there, because you are going into a place that looked much more impressive when it was in its glory days, before it collapsed, back when there were hundreds of people there, there was irrigation and stuff. It looked much better, and people were much more appreciative because some of them probably came pretty close to dying while they were risking their lives and their fortunes in the frankincense trade. So was there an Ubar of myth? Probably not. Was there a real place upon which Ubar is based? Yes. And we probably found it. This is a real life case of a lost city that was found, like the lost city of Troy. And, you know, if it looks disappointing, and the Tower of London example is maybe a little disappointing too, let's be further disappointing. The pyramids used to look way better. Those things used to be painted. Like, you know, I wish people would point that out more. They used to be more colorful. Anyway, this this fortress was surrounded by smaller villages that stretched out as far as 6 miles. It was, it's an example kind of what's called a caravanserai, that becomes, a roadhouse, a stop on the road. The same kind of thing that made Samarkand in Uzbekistan a huge global force, regional force. It's like, imagine if the only gas station for hundreds and hundreds of miles became a town. That's another way to look at it, and I don't think that's pejorative or dismissive at all. It's amazing. So maybe illusion, maybe the game of telephone strikes again. I know it's disappointing to some people. They're on the left. It's amazing. I love it, and it makes me think. I don't know. Maybe I just wonder what else is out there. It's got to be more.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Just because we found this one doesn't mean other stuff isn't out there. We haven't fully LiDAR'd that desert yet. At least I'm pretty sure we haven't. Because it would take a lot of LiDAR to go through that desert. But I'm just telling you, like, my excitement for possibilities out there in the shifting sands remains peaked, and they will stay that way for a good time.
Yeah, and it'll probably have to stay a sense of excitement and anticipation for a while, because so much of that part of the world is in stability, war zones, seats of ancient human civilization, and we really
are being destroyed.
Right. And we're really faced with a powerful dilemma, which is, will our species be able to come together and save its past, its collective past? Make no mistake, the ancient history of the Middle East, if you're listening to this, it is part of your history too. You trace yourself back far enough, and it's part of your history somehow. So it's our collective responsibility to try to keep it around.
Clear on the right.
After.
On your right.
Just, as we said in the very beginning, we're very, very good at losing things. Let's hope we get a little bit better at rediscovering the reserve. Let us know what you think about today's episode. We ran a little long, but we hope you enjoyed it. You can find us on Facebook. You can find us on Instagram. You can find us on Twitter. We're Conspiracy Stuff on Facebook and Twitter. We're Conspiracy Stuff Show on Instagram. But personally, if you're a Facebook person,
coming up quick. Right side. Clear. 52.689. That was your fastest lap of the session.
go.
approaching. Right side. Still there. Faster car coming up quick. Clear. On your left. Stay on the right. Stay on the left. Faster car coming up quick. Clear on the right. On the left. Faster car coming up quick. On your right. Clear on the right. 10 minutes to go. It's going well. Keep at it. lap of the session. Car in front of you is poor position. quick. Right side. Clear. Coming up quick. Down the left. You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 3.5 seconds. Gap is 2.7 seconds. White flag, one more lap to go. That was your fastest lap of the session. No damage to report. No expected change in conditions. up quick. On your right. Hold the line, hold the line. Clear. Faster car coming up quick. Right side. Clear on the right. Have about one lap of fuel left. On your left. Hold your line. Keep to the right. Clear on the left. On your left. Clear on the left. To your left. Right side. Still there. Clear. On your right. Clear. You've got wheel damage. Looks like one of your wheels is out of alignment. You'll have less grip out there. Faster car coming up quick. Right side. Clear. We got damage on the front end. That aero damage is probably slowing you a lot. flag. Great job, driver.